welcome to the Charlotte Historic District. First, I'm the program manager. Don't have any pre-application reviews today. Just a few staff announcements and to start the workshop. And then we'll break before we start with the meeting. So first announcement is everyone should have received an email from either the city clerk or staff sending this out to. April 21st is the annual honoring your service ceremony with the mayor and city council. It's National Volunteer Month in the month of April, and we always do something for all the boards and commissions at the city of Charlotte to recognize the hard work of all the volunteers. So if you plan to come, you can let one of staff know, or Kirk McSwain, I believe, sent out the original email. You can let him know. And if for some reason you can't come, but you free up that day, don't feel like not RSVPing doesn't mean you can come. You're always welcome. Just come on down and show up. The next announcement I have is that Preservation Month is next month in May. We're meeting a little later in May with the way the calendar works out, but we won't have any pre-application workshop items, but staff does have a little presentation to share with the commission. So we will probably get started with our workshop closer to 12:30 next month, and maybe just a little earlier than that, actually, so we can have plenty of time. Because we have that, and then we also will have to next month vote on new commissioner applications for upcoming vacant seats and current vacant seats. I am expecting to receive an application from someone in Hermitage Court for the Hermitage Court seat, so that's very exciting. And then, of course, Plaza Midwood and Wesley Heights will be vacant seats as well. So Chris and Kim, glad to talk to y'all outside of this meeting and, provide any assistance we can at the staff level, but looking forward to reviewing new commissioner applications next month. And then the last thing hot off the presses, just today, it came across my desk. We have to review a pending National Register nomination for the Johnston Building. It's a historic building in Uptown, and we're given 60 days to review that. So after this meeting, I will send out an email with all the information to the commission so you can have plenty of time to review it in advance. And then like we do, I guess we get one of these like once a year. Staff will walk you through some pictures of the project and the National Register criteria it's being nominated under, but it is going to the June National Register Review Board meeting. So we'll have to vote either to support or not support this nomination in May as well.
Is that the one that's currently under renovation?
Yes. They are working with landmarks, I believe. I think it's a local landmark, and National Register nomination, brings with it state and federal tax incentives for commercial properties. So I'm sure that's part of the renovation strategy. And then Commissioner Lineberger, if you haven't, Commissioner Lineberger, I'm going to pass this to you in just a second, but if you haven't seen this in the news, Carolina Theater reopened, and that's been, gosh, when I first got to the city in December of 2014, I had attended a couple of meetings about the renovation of the Carolina Theater. And so I know the project started long before then. So this is a very exciting project that it's back in service, and they're fully scheduled with events. And so Commissioner Lineberger came across a really interesting event she wanted to share with everybody. Commissioner Lineberger?
Thank you. I'm attending this on Friday and I'm so excited about it. This called Black Charlotte, a poetic celebration of place and folk. And it is a live performance and community conversations celebrating the album release Black Charlotte, a poetic celebration of place and folk, a spoken word project honoring Charlotte's Black history, neighborhoods, people, and events. I think Commissioner Parati got to hear a little preview of this and said it was wonderful, but I just wanted to encourage anyone, since we have two historic districts that are historically Black neighborhoods, that I believe would be celebrated as part of this. Thought it would be interesting for everyone to know about it.
I got to attend this is Commissioner Parati. I got to attend the soft opening of Carolina Theater, and if you haven't seen it, it's definitely worth a visit. It's a beautiful renovation that they've done. And during that event, they played a piece of Black Charlotte, a poetic celebration, and it was incredible with some of our best poets, including Emmy Award winning, is it Emmy or Grammy Award winning blues. So anyway, it was great.
That's great. Thank you all so much. Any other announcements or events that from commissioners? No? Great. Chair Hawkins, that's all I had as far as staff announcements. Like I mentioned earlier, we might need a little extra time with our workshop next month, just given the amount of information we'd like to share with the commission about, Preservation Month and some exciting things we're doing at the staff level. All right. Okay, did you want to break? Yeah, okay, I'll turn it over to you if you want to.
No, a break would be
Okay,
good. A break until 1?
a break
Is that
until
okay?
1, reconvene at 1.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the April 9th, 2025 Charlotte Historic District Commission meeting. My name is Christy Harpst. I am the program manager for the Historic District Commission. You'll also be hearing from Candace Leidy today as we share hosting and facilitation duties with our chair Hawkins. So I will turn it over to Chair Hawkins to officially open the meeting and swear some people in.
Okay. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the April 9th, 2025 meeting. I am Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:04 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Sarah Kerm, Cameron Holtz, Krista Lineberger, Kim Parati, Sean Sullivan, and Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Drath, Jen Bear, JT Fawcett, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the Commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the Commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, either computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you're in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. And this is for anyone on the phone as well. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Okay. We have 2 sets of meeting minutes to adopt, the February and March. I think, Sean, didn't you review what?
Yeah, I reviewed February,
February.
but not March.
Okay. Are there any changes that you have to the February minutes?
No.
Okay,
So I make a motion to approve the January meeting minutes.
February?
Pardon me, I make a motion to approve the February 2025 meeting minutes.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Kerm. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Your mic. Turn your mic on.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes 8-0.
Perfect. Did anyone review March?
I did.
Thank you, Commissioner Kerm. Any changes to the March minutes?
No.
Okay,
Make a motion to approve the March 2025 minutes as written.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Kern, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve the March meeting minutes passes 8-0.
right. Great, thank you guys so much. The first application, the first 4 applications actually are consent agenda with staff recommending approval, but for whatever reason, we cannot approve the project. And in this case, at 1818 Lenox Avenue, this was a previously reviewed commission project. You see, it's the only house facing Lenox in between Worthington and I believe it's East Boulevard. It's a reaffirmation of a previously approved project. There are new changes. The project history is included on page 1. The COA was approved and has expired. And it's an addition project. So back over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right, and commissioners, anyone object to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, do we have a motion?
Have a motion to approve the application because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in Chapter 3 of the Design Standards and consistent with the Secretary of Interior Standards for Historic Rehabilitation on page 2.5, and ask the applicant to provide permit-ready drawings to staff, construction drawings to staff for final review.
All right, motion by Commissioner Kern, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to approve passes 8-0.
Thank you. The next application, is 1238 East Worthington Avenue. It's a corner lot with a small rear addition to an existing patio, and the addition is expansion of the footprint of the covered porch and slightly widening it to the 10-foot side yard setback, but it's still remaining inset from the rear corner of the house. The proposed materials are all traditional to match existing, with the exception of the 10-inch round columns. Those are proposed to be turncraft. It's a poly material that can be painted. And as you know, staff doesn't usually include projects with alternative materials requests on a consent agenda. But in this case, this specific product, turncraft columns, have been approved by the commission for similar uses in the past on rear elevation porches. And the commission has just not given staff the ability to say yes to that product. And the corner lot conditions is also why this is on consent agenda. So slide 5 shows the location on the edge of East Worthington and Charlotte Drive. A schematic 3D rendering is shown of what it will look like post-construction. They've added it to the Zotwell, you can see right here. And then existing and proposed left elevation is shown on slide 14. Column details, beam and column details are shown on slide 15. And the rear elevation is shown on slide 13. You can see on the site plan that it's still well inset from the corner of the house. I think we have 2 unknown callers. Oh, it's Dan Boxer. Okay, he's not, Dan, your project's coming up. One of them is moved over right now. Okay. Chris is also, now I have some more. Okay, so the property owner's on, should this be opened up for full review? If you've called in, would you please just announce what case address you're calling in about?
This is Ryan Bertoni, 220 South Summit.
Oh, hey, Ryan, we'll get to you in probably about an hour or so.
Oh, no
Jen-
problem. I'm so sorry. I thought you said to announce. I apologize.
That's okay. No, we can't see that it's you on this end, so thanks for speaking up. Jen is sending emails, so just keep an eye on your email, but you don't have to hang out if you don't want to for the next hour on the phone. We'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Anybody?
There's one more unmuted.
And there's one more unknown caller. Anybody else called in? Okay, over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right. Commissioners, anyone object to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion that this consent agenda item is approved as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the City of Charlotte design standards for new construction for residential buildings, Chapter 6. And with the following conditions, that the applicant provides the final proposed brick mortar samples to staff for probable approval with all brick to remain unpainted, to provide the manufacturer specifications that meet HDC standards for new doors, and that the turncraft columns shall be painted to match the other wood components, beam trim, soffit, etc.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 8-0.
Thank you. The next application is also a consent agenda item for a building located on a corner lot. It is for fenestration changes to an existing accessory building. Let's see here, it's in 800 Woodruff Place, right here in the corner of Woodruff and Hurston. Both buildings on the lot are new construction, and originally the ADU, as it sits now, has this sort of faux balcony on the front that faces the house. And they want to expand that and extend the doors and create a step to create a true connection to the rear yard. And you can see the proposed changes on slide 10. At the side elevation, the roof will raise a little bit, but will still be far lower than the ridge of the main roof of the structure. And it's right here. This is the change facing the main house. Here's a view from the street. And then they are also proposing an arbor, but the arbor is, given its location in the rear yard, it's freestanding, it's staff approvable. And then the plans are on slide 21 through 27. Do we have any other callers?
We have one unknown and then the.
Is it the same unknown as before? No. Okay. Hello, if you have called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, could you please identify yourself and which project you are wishing to speak about? No. Okay. Chair Hawkins, over to you.
All right, commissioners, anyone object to this application remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the application because it is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation and the City of Charlotte design standards for new construction for residential buildings, Chapter 6, and accessory buildings, 8.10. We move to approve with the following conditions: that the roof and trim match existing in detail, dimension, design, and materials, that the new brick and mortar match the existing, that all masonry remain unpainted, and that the applicant provide manufacturer specifications that meet Historic District Commission standards for the new windows and doors.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 8-0.
Thank you. And our last item on consent agenda is for a proposal for rear stoop enclosure. Like we've seen over the past couple months, because of the storms and hurricane in the fall, a large tree fell and caused damage to the building. And staff issued an emergency repair COA, but the applicant never moved forward because they wanted to change the design. And so, given the visibility of the project, it requires commission review. There aren't any changes to the footprint. The existing stoop and step are to remain. All materials, including the slate roof, are to match existing, with hopefully slate from the former roof to be salvaged. Columns, beam, and trim will be wood, and windows and doors are proposed to be steel and glass. This is one of the National Register calls this out as like the best Tudor in DeWorth. And it actually faces Romney Road. So its orientation of the lot is a little unique. Its address is 1165 Laganore Place. So the front doors here, the area of work is right back here, which, as you can see from slide 9, you can see it from the street. This is an addition. What pre-existed, pre-disaster conditions was not original to the house. And you can see the damage that's been done to the structure. And again, the survey shows the addition. We had a file of the elevations with the pre-tree, the side entry looked like. The applicant has provided a 3D sketch showing what it will look like. It's completely glassy, which matches the metal windows that are on this structure. Other elevations are slide 14, slide 15, and then the plan is blown up on slide 16. And I know the property owner and his designer, I believe, are here on the call. Is there anyone else, Marilyn?
We have a new unknown caller.
Oh, okay. Hello, unknown caller. If you would, it looks like you're caller number 7. If you would identify yourself.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Is
Okay,
this
great. I'm
Ryan?
unmuted. I was sorry. I've been trying to unmute myself. Hi, it's Dan Boxer, the property owner.
Oh, Dan. Dan, thanks for letting us know. We're going to put you back on mute for now.
Yep, sure.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Chair Hawkins?
Commissioners, anyone object to this application remaining on the consent agenda? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Okay. As this project is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the City of Charlotte design standards for new construction on residential buildings, Chapter 6.2, I move to approve the project with the following conditions: that permit-ready construction drawings submitted to staff for final review include the noted height, dimensions, and specification that the new roof will be in the same location as the previous roof, tying in below the windowsill. Also add a base and cap detail to the columns. Also provide beam column alignment detail with dimensions and material as noted. Provide dimensions, manufacturer specifications that meet HDC standards for the new doors and windows, and all brick to remain unpainted.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 8-0.
Thank you. That concludes our consent agenda items. And I should note for the commission that this next application, Candace will be presenting, but it does require a decision today, as does item number 6. So with that, Candace, over to you.
And let the record show that Commissioner Whitlock has joined the meeting.
Welcome, Commissioner Whitlock.
Thank you. Our first regular agenda item is 1901 Thomas Avenue. I believe the applicant is in the room. Before we get started, Chair Hawkins, is there any reason we can't hear this case today?
Chair Hawkins, I believe what Candace is asking, like we normally do you have enough information to hear the case? I would suspect the answer needs to be yes, since a decision is required.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. This application is a continuation from the January 8th meeting. The only part of this application that has not had a decision yet is the rear porch addition. The applicant has provided an updated design set, which can be found on slide 6. On slide 7 and 8, there are existing and proposed elevation drawings. And on slide 9 starts the January presentation. Rod, can you state your name and address for the court reporter? And you've been sworn in, correct?
Don't know if I was sworn in.
Okay, we're going to need to swear you in and anybody else that's on the line or in the room.
Yep. Please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm Rod Overman, 1901 Thomas Avenue.
Rod, you can explain your project if you'd like.
So you can see here to the, in the photo, to the left, there was a porch had been added to the house according to some historical information around 1950. We took that porch off and want to rebuild it, or add a new porch, replace the one that was there.
Okay.
We feel that you can see that the old porch went almost corner to corner across the whole back of the house. So the design that we've got now exposes more of the back of the original house. The design that we submitted in March, the one that we're considering now, we have increased the height of the porch or the roof so that integrates with the roof of the main house, the main roof of the house, and also decreases the change in pitch. The pitch of the proposed porch here now better matches the pitch of the roof of the main house.
Okay. Are you finished, Ron?
For now, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any no callers? Okay, Chair Hawkins.
All right. Thank you for the resubmission. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Hi, Mr. Everman. I just had a few material questions. The detail on the wall section where it calls out some of the materials, it has asphalt, shingle, or metal roof. Is it one or the other, or?
I think it's either. The house, the main structure is asphalt. The existing dormer is a metal standing ridge metal roof.
Right.
And I could do either. I prefer the metal, but
Okay.
I'm not married to either one of those.
Okay. The other thing that is not, it wasn't part of our continuation, but part of our the things we did approve previously, I believe we had a statement about that foundation that had the masonry detail with the brick veneer. And I just noticed your detail still has that, the wall section still has that. And I believe we said that we wouldn't approve that and that we preferred that it would be stucco. So I just wanted to mention that. If that was make sure that was your understanding, just because it was still in this presentation that way.
That is my understanding.
Okay, okay. And on the trim details between, did you see any of the staff comments about the trim? The dimension between the posts on that porch detail? What that is? I don't believe that was called out.
I didn't see any staff commentary. The commission didn't like the 2x4 supports that were there. So we've changed that to 4x4s with architectural trim added to the 4x4 post.
So each of those are 4-inch
Or
posts between,
4x4s
okay?
with little bits of trim at the top. I believe that's specified in the drawings.
Okay. Didn't see it on there, but. And then how about the dimensions for the landing at that new entry? Some of those dimensions and the materials. Really all of those materials, the steps, the handrail, the landing. What is that proposed? Thank you, Candace.
Well, I think the steps could be either wood or brick. I think I prefer wood, but and the railings would be wood.
Okay. And then what about the material on that? Is that existing? The new paver, is that a paver or
Materials on what?
on the landing, the paving that's shown there, the grid? That implies some type of
The
paver.
surface of okay, the landing would be wood.
Okay, so I guess what are we seeing there in that's shown as, it's shown like a paver or a tile type material? I was just curious what that material is.
We haven't really, I mean, you're gonna walk, there's gonna be a walkway to walk to the steps. Around that, I don't really have any particular plan. It could be grass, could be gravel, could be pavers, but it's gonna be just the surface
Okay,
that you get to before you're going up the steps.
right. Okay, that's just part of our review is what that material is. So that's why I'm asking what is proposed. So you just don't have a material called out for that?
I'm not, no,
Okay,
don't.
There's a couple of staff approvable materials
Right.
in the end.
right.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberation. I think, Krista, you hit on all of the important points. And if we start with the reasons for continuation, he did restudy the rear porch form and how it connected to the existing structure. And the roof was minimized to minimize the non-conforming overhanging dormer, following the details for additions and porches with regard to column, eave lines, roof form, railing, doors, etc. Any I did see where the 4x4 columns were called out, but is there concern that it maybe is depicted as the 4x4 as expected?
Typically for porches, you would not have raw lumber like that. It would usually be trimmed out in 1x material, like boxed columns and beams,
Okay.
versus like a 4x4 is more of a framing member than a finished material.
Okay,
Did I understand staff's comments to that correctly?
okay. Other thoughts?
Well, since we need to approve this, is that enough information to give guidance for staff to approve? Little enough detail, Commissioner Barth? To give them direction? I don't know if he knows what I'm talking.
I'm reading.
Staff would prefer a size specified in the decision
Or a range of sizes.
or a range of sizes.
Okay. And while Commissioner Barth is reading that, is at least starting with A. I think that was achieved, correct? And then for B, that was achieved as well with the, maybe there's some direction that we need to give for some of these details, like the columns and the materials, and the walkway or landing, railing and stairs and things of that nature. Yep.
They have
Go
a
ahead.
note that there's a 1x6 on top of a 2x4. So the way that I'm reading this section, it's showing that they're covering the lumber potentially with a trim piece. The places that they have lumber, they most everywhere is noted as having a 1x over it.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the, I guess you'd call it parapet wall rail, is a painted 2x8. The framing for the screening is 2x6. Although I guess that's interior to the screen. It does have screen stop over it, so that's behind that, so that might be okay. Up at the exposed soffits against the frieze or underneath the eave, we have 2x blocking to be painted. There should be a trim board over that.
Not unusual to use a 4x4 right there. 4's on.
We can't hear
Don't
you.
forget to speak into the mic.
Sorry, they have a 4x4 horizontal.
I think that's a plan detail. It's part of that's the post detail. It says jam detail right there.
Oh,
And
so
that's
we're
calling out the columns in plan. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was a wall section.
Yeah.
And then we transitioned to a plan section. And then we transitioned back to a wall section.
Yeah, I would think the only areas, just from my opinion or my background, that I see needing addressing are the continuous painted 2x8, which I think we would need that to be finished grade wood. Not, we would want them to specify or confirm with staff that that's finished grade wood, not rough framing material. And then the blocking between the rafter tails at the top of the wall section there called out as 2x blocking painted. We would need a piece of 1x over that And then I think we also need to see some soffit material on the underside of that eaves if those are exposed eaves. And then I defer to other commissioners on whether they think the 2x behind the screen comes into play as well. But I think since it's behind the screen, it's obscure enough that it won't matter. And it is called out as painted.
Is that supposed to be the bottom plate? The 2x8, painted 2x8 beyond?
Where do you see that, Commissioner Wojcik? To 2x8 beyond. I think we would, okay, so to help simplify things, and maybe that would be easy. I think all these members that are called out on here, we would just say anything viewed from the outside needs to be finished grade wood. I think the dimensions are fine. All the dimensions are fine. And then at least and then, to my comments about the soffit material, the eave, I don't know what you call it, I guess freeze board. Not freeze that goes up the rake, but up underneath the eave that
Exposed soffit.
yeah, at the exposed.
Heather, we
The
can't have
exposed soffit,
everybody talk loud.
sorry.
Mhm.
The exposed soffit needs to have a finished material.
And then as far as the roof, I mean, that's a lot of roof to over, that's highly visible being on the corner. I know sometimes we approve that for porches and such. I'd be curious if staff, I mean, I'm okay with it. I would imagine we typically approve that for, accent roofing or low slope roofing, which this is. That's pretty low. If there was shingles, they'd have to put ice and water shield over it.
Which they do have specified.
True. And then as far as it looks like what they're calling out is a patio between the porch addition and the sidewalk. And it does look like it's transitioning from concrete to pavers to wood deck. I think for consistency's sake, we may want that to be the same all throughout. And I, of course, defer to staff as far as historic materials for pavers. That sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Does.
Great.
Almost sounds like a motion.
Oh, boy.
Does the commission other commissioners have a preference on the roofing material, whether we specify? Or is it up to the
I feel like
applicants?
I've made my preferences clear. I'd welcome any other folks that disagree. Would love to hear about it.
I think typically we would recommend the asphalt shingle.
Mhm. I think, and I agree with you, Commissioner Wojcik, because of the amount of roof there and the fact that we already have metal on a pre-existing non-compliant dormer, in order to, help ease the visual effect, I'd prefer asphalt as well. So, we all good? Any other comments from commissioners before I slide into this motion? I am going to go ahead and I'm going to need some help on some guidelines because I have not been taking notes. I apologize. I'm going to make a motion to approve this application with the following stipulations, rather, that the applicant work with staff on ensuring that all visible exposed trim materials and railings and any other materials be of finish grade lumber in lieu of rough framing material. And this includes, but is not limited to, railings, corner posts and trim, soffit, eave band board materials. And also request that the applicant add a finished grade soffit to match the existing house in the exposed soffits for the porch addition. And I will further clarify by saying of historic materials. So if there's vinyl on the house or anything of that nature, we would want, for example, beadboard or V-groove wood or something to that effect. Sorry, I lost my page. Okay. Item 2 would request that the applicant go with the option for asphalt shingles on the shed roof porch addition with a bituminous underlayment due to slope. Item 3 requests that the applicant work with staff regarding appropriate paver materials for the patio and sidewalk, and that both those areas match in materiality. Excuse me, walkway, not sidewalk. But, and I'll just throw this in here since it was discussed. I believe we are okay with, as it is not noted on the plans, we are okay with a wood decking material for the stair to exit the porch onto the patio, and to work with staff as far as details required for that installation. Referencing, let's see. Oh, I will go ahead and say this too. I forgot, excuse me. This is lost count. I think we're up to item 5. Requesting that the foundation match the previously approved arging or stucco on CMU foundation in lieu of the brick veneer shown on the plans. That is foundations, 612, roof form material, 613, cornices and trims, 614, porches, 617, materials, 618.
Right. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion on the motion?
Commissioner Barth, maybe I missed it. Did you make mention of the material that leads up to the stairs? The applicant didn't know what it's going to be, so.
I think I mentioned that
Okay.
in discussing the patio and the walkway going to the sidewalk.
All right.
To work with staff on historic materials that are approved by this body.
Okay, thank
And
you.
for them to be consistent. Thank you for clarifying.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next application is number 6, 1433 The Plaza, and the applicant is in the room. Before we get started, were you all sworn in? No, okay.
All right. Please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Okay, again, this is project 1433 The Plaza. Before we get started, Chair Hawkins, is there enough information for the commission to hear this case today?
Commissioners, enough information? All right, yes.
Okay. Yes, a decision is required for this application. This application was continued from the March 12, 2025 meeting for the items listed above, or on the staff memo, slide 1. The applicant did provide a new plan set, and staff also had put together a, comparison of the March meeting and the applicant's preferred elevation and optional front elevation for the commission to review.
Staff did that for all elevations, and that's part of the agenda supplement, which is linked online. And we have it on the screen. And so commission, when you're talking about this, if you could help staff, just either referring to the supplement or the main memo.
Okay. If you all, Ashley and Brian, would you state your name and address for the court reporter and let us know where you'd like to start?
Ashley Durrance, 6205 Carnegie Boulevard, Charlotte 28211.
Brian Lapointe, 1160 Market Street, Fort Mill, 29708.
And you can just let us know where you'd like to start.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm going to refer to the original number of slide numbers rather than your addendum.
It'll be easier for everyone online if you reference these slide numbers because that's what they're seeing.
The ones on the left.
Yes, so you can take your microphone with you if you'd like to turn around and speak as well. But this is how everyone online will be able to follow your presentation.
All right, very good. Good afternoon. Our presentation today will zero in on the handful of issues outlined in the hearing motions of March 12th. Today, we have a fresh look at our windows to address questions about the appropriateness of our preferred muntin patterns. We've revisited the left side of the house and brought some new contextual information. The rear porch is modified per staff recommendations. And we're also prepared to discuss all the details and material specs to arrive at an approval today. Slide 10, please. On all our elevation sheets, we'll be showing you two versions of each side of the house, the only difference being the window grid patterns. Our preferred elevation will be the one at the top of the sheet, typically featuring a 3/1 for wide windows and a 2/1 for narrow windows. The lower elevation on each page addresses the committee's prior interest in considering the proportions of 4/1 for most of our windows. In these elevations, I've adjusted our narrow windows to be 3/1 and added 4 inches to the width on most of these windows to arrive at what we think is a good proportion. There's a new sheet of contextual examples that we can see on slide 19 that demonstrate several examples of Plaza Midwood homes having similar window grids. In a couple instances, we'll be showing you an alternate window configuration or a size so that we can discuss all the likely options that you may want to see today. Throughout the plans, you'll also see that the rafter tail spacing has been adjusted to 24-inch centers as directed. Could we go to 19, please? Uh, 3/1 and 4/1 window patterns are found all over the neighborhood. On the right side of this slide, we're emphasizing the 3/1 that we want to use on Ashley's house. Some of these homes even feature small windows with a single bar, similar to what we want to do with our narrow windows. Over on the left, many houses have 4/1 windows, including the neighboring house immediately south of us, which is the one at 1429 The Plaza. We think it's a very reasonable design decision to not match the house beside us to avoid redundancy and bring some complementary architecture to the block. Can we go to 11, please? So here on the School Street side of the house, we can see a comparison of two approaches that vary only in the window grid patterns. There have been previous conversations about the single egress window on the upper level, which we want to be a 3-foot by 5-foot double hung with 2 bars, giving us as much daylight as possible for this bedroom. It works well with an added bar as seen in the lower image, but we've also shown an alternate 32-inch by 60-inch casement that simulates the sash of a double hung, which the staff has tagged as B. You can also see the new shed roof over the rear porch area as recommended by staff and borrowing from the details at the front porch roof. Slide 12, please. The introduction of the porch shed roof gives us the chance to make a change to the upstairs windows at the main bedroom. With the former use of a gable roof over the rear porch, our bedroom windows were limited to a pair that were forced to be a higher head height. But now we can drop the windows to the common window height and expand our grouping to match the dormer window set on the front of the house. Again, with the goal of maximizing daylight and views for the bedroom. At the back landing, the railing pickets have been switched to the inside face as directed, also shown at the detailed drawing on slide 17. Again, the only difference between these elevations is in the window grids. Slide 13, please. On this side of the house, we've been encouraged to restudy the window size and placement with an emphasis on satisfying the standards for rhythm. Section 615-1B directs us to follow cues from the historical context. This isn't a prescriptive standard. The context in Plaza Midwood is widely varied, and our craftsman architectural style doesn't mandate patterns for placing openings. Slide 20, please. This new slide is about the diversity of side elevations that can be found among the craftsman homes of Plaza Midwood. These are examples of building faces that in some cases have a low ratio of window to wall. Others show a high percentage of small windows versus large ones on the lower level. A couple of these are facing side streets on corner lots, demonstrating that beautiful compositions aren't always in the public view. While none of these are examples that we want to emulate, I think they may prove the point that our proposed design more successfully addresses section 615 and 16 than some of our historic neighbors. Let's go back to slide 13, please. After we enlarge the front window pair in our March 12th design, we now propose to replace the pair of casements flanking the fireplace at the back of the house with double hung windows, keeping the sills high enough to accommodate our built-in cabinets there. These match window sizes are found elsewhere on the right side of the house. This brings us back again to the recurring issue of the staircase window, which is depicted here 4 different ways for your consideration. Back on January 8th, we presented this tall combo of a double hung plus a casement transom, which staff has tagged as C. that broke the horizontal band running along the side of the house. We were explicitly told in that hearing that our design choice was incongruous with the craftsman style, though we were invited to come back with evidence of precedent in the neighborhood to support our design choice. No such precedent has been found. So by our presentation of March 12th, we settled on the 3-foot by 5-foot double hung that matched our other common bedroom windows, tagged here as A. In the event, we're directed to use the narrower 32-inch wide window on the School Street side of the house. Tag B shows how that would look here at the staircase. While we would still love to have the tall window arrangement C, we're hopeful that a satisfactory solution can be found among these 4 options. And that covers the comments from the continuation notes. Ashley,
Yes.
do you have anything?
Yes. So I brought the 2 brick samples back. I know we passed them around, but I don't believe anything was kind of stated as far as preference from your team on that. So I have them as well. If you would like me to, Candace, pass those back around now, y'all's choice. If you remember them from last time, I'm happy to pass them again.
Would the commission like to see the brick samples again?
Sure. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pass those around. And then the piece that we didn't talk about last time, and I had the papers, so that was my bad for not bringing it up during my portion, was the tree save. So I have 20 email copies for everybody highlighted where I have had a over hour-long phone conversation with Urban Forestry. He then sent a summary email, and then we got confirmation from his associate that on their decision that is not something that they can mandate, to which I then spoke to an arborist, had him come out for the second time, and then we, so his notes are in here. I'll pass that around so you guys can all read that and come back to me with any questions, but we still have sort of a basic tree save that I've agreed to with the arborist, and so that's kind of what we're proposing be done here. So let me pass those around so you guys can kind of see the verbiage.
Before you pass those around, I would encourage the commission to check in with staff to ensure that the information that is going to be passed on to you is information that has already been put into the application and made part of the public record previously. Ideally, the applicant would probably just chat with staff prior to passing it out to you all.
And thank you for mentioning that. I believe Marilyn was on the emails with the Urban Forestry, Candace, and so the staff have been a part of the Urban Forestry conversations that I had 2 months ago.
So staff has been included in some of the conversation that the applicant has conducted with Urban Forestry, but they have also provided information on their site plan in terms of tree protection. And so our typical notes in our staff memos are to provide tree protection when submitting for permit-ready drawings. So staff can absolutely look for that when the permit-ready drawings are submitted again, but the applicant has provided tree protection on the plans as standard. So I'm not sure that this is necessary, but
Yeah, so Attorney Hewitt, if the tree save has been noted, and that's what we asked for, is it necessary for us to read the emails? Especially if it's not an actual report, because typically we would want to see an arborist report, if anything. So what is your guidance there?
My guidance would be, first of all, ensuring that you guys are reviewing material that is related to your purview. And so if if your purview is limited to just ensuring that there is a tree safe, which has already been noted, then that would be the limit. That would be sort of the guardrails around your discussion. I know the applicant, it sounds like the applicant would like to provide this information. The only concern I would have, or the only question I would have is, has that information that they've provided been made a part of their application through either the presentation that is here or the agenda supplement? Usually that information is provided in advance, and any new information would have to wait until the next meeting, or if the commission decides that you would like to hear it, it is up to you.
I mean, it just doesn't seem like it's necessary, so I'm okay if we just go with what's been presented in the application.
Thank you. Would you like to see the brick samples, which have already been submitted as evidence at the last meeting?
Yeah, just as a reminder, I
Okay.
apologize. We see a lot of different samples, so if we could just pass them
Okay.
quickly.
Just like that now.
Yep. So there's two samples here. Camden is my preference number 1, and the Asheville is 2. So
Is that something that we need to respond to, or do we have them
Yes.
work with? Oh, okay.
We do need to respond to that. And also there is no mortar sample at this time.
Don't we usually say work with staff on factory and mortar?
yes.
Okay.
You can do that.
Brought it as it was mentioned to bring a sample for. But yes, we've discussed that that is something inclusive of the mortar color that we can get approval. I do not have the mortar here.
And Ashley, can you state once again what your preference is?
Sure. 2 samples are being passed around. Camden is my first choice. Asheville is the second choice for me.
Thank you.
All right, any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Sullivan. We're not just asking questions about brick. This is general. Yeah, right on. In the rear facing gable where you've updated the window from from the double to the triple, are there dimensions provided for the triple window? Does it match the front, or how do you probably, yeah?
Yes, those are noted on the drawings, and they do match the front. They are in the upper image, it's a 2.0 by 5 foot on each side of a 3.0 by 5 foot. The lower image, adjusted for the grid proportion of the muntins, adds 4 inches to the outside windows.
And I'm sorry, just to be clear, so it's you said it adds 4 inches. You mean from the previous window or compared to the front gable window?
I'd say it's compared to the image above. I think you're going to probably want to go all in on either the 3-in-1 window pattern or the 4-in-1. And if you go for the 4-in-1, I'm suggesting that our narrow windows would look proportionally better by gaining 4 inches in width.
Gotcha. Thank you.
That's not our preference, but it is an option we can live with.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant?
Can we go to the wall sections, please? I'm focusing on the frieze board and the eaves. I'm curious here, you've shown a sort of like a sloped frieze board to be perpendicular to the run of the rafters, would you be open to a plum frieze board with a molded piece of trim up against the soffit versus what's shown here?
Yeah, certainly.
The only reason I bring that up is for Craftsman Homes. Typically, there is a little more articulation at the eave lines, whether it be a very small molded piece with a plum frieze board.
Where would that molded piece be found? Up against the deck?
Up against the decking, yes, sir.
Sure.
And I mean, I don't know that this is necessarily a wrong detail, but I just don't know of this situation on any historic home, at least. So to hear that you're open to that is,
yeah,
sort of helps me get to that decision a little quicker.
Yeah.
So thank you.
My only concern is my contractor's ability to execute such a thing.
I have a question. On slide number 13, I just want to revisit this. When we saw it last month, we saw this side elevation with the windows. One of the things that we talked about was how small and by comparison to the second floor the windows are. And when you present it today, you talked about how there are a variety of window configurations in the neighborhood, which you cited on slide 20. Still, the bottom windows, when it's, most of these are 1 story, but even with that, the second story, the windows are a lot more substantial on the bottom floor. Most of these, again, by comparison to yours, are just 1 story. So we ask for that look because that is what we typically see in our historic neighborhoods, including what you've provided here. So will you just speak to your thought process behind the fenestration on that side after we spoke about it?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
We asked for something that you didn't really change. So can you tell us why?
Which part are you focused on? The second floor windows?
No, primarily the first floor windows. They're pretty small compared to the second floor, and the precedent pics that you provided are primarily 1 story, 1 story homes. So we asked for windows that were a little more substantial. You mentioned that, the windows you presented last month were smaller because of the programmatic things going on inside. We told you that typically, yes, we'd see them spaced out that way, but it would be cut off by a chimney. And so you kept the same kind of configuration. I'm asking why.
In the window to the windows to the front where we have an office nearest to the plaza, those are the same windows that we had last month, and those are a size that is also found on the right side of our house. At the rear, where we have a family room and a fireplace against the wall that does not express itself on the exterior, we had some smaller high transom windows. Those have been replaced by double hungs, which are larger and also match a window size found on the other side of the house. I don't think we had the opportunity to add any more windows in the event you would prefer to have a greater density of windows along there. The spaces don't allow for it. There is the back of a fireplace, there is the landing of a staircase, and there is a closet along that wall. Upstairs, we have a bathroom on the rear and a laundry room on the right, closest to the plaza, with small windows that have kind of been consistently shown that way for the last 3 presentations. I'm not sure what more I could have done to modify this elevation.
This is Commissioner Holtz. While I understand Commissioner Parati's concerns and the fact that the examples you brought are all one story and yours is not, I do appreciate the increase in size of those 2 lower windows on the left, and I find that rhythm to be acceptable.
The option elevation does have bigger windows than the preferred elevation. I just want to point that out. Sorry. Am I still not talking loud enough? The optional elevation does have wider windows than the preferred elevation.
All right, other questions for the applicants before we close for deliberation?
I have a question about the long window. So where it says C on page 13, I'm having trouble understanding what that window actually looks like. I see the 2 sets of panes and then I see a solid surface.
Yeah, actually, that's a combination of 2 windows. There is an upper unit that is the same size as the adjoining windows in the, or at least it's the same height as those adjoining windows in the laundry and the bathroom. And then right below that is a 5-foot tall double hung. So the lower panel you see is actually the lower sash without a grid in it.
And so it breaks the band between that goes along the house, the width of the house.
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant?
On the School Street elevation, the window, the double hung window marked A, that's the smallest egress window you can get in there.
That's correct.
Okay.
For a true double hung.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Other questions before we close for deliberation? Any questions about the accessory structure? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Commissioner Hawkins, it looks like we have 4 unknown callers online.
Oh.
Unknown callers, if you're calling about 1433 The Plaza, can you please state your name and your comments? Again, if you're calling about 1433 The Plaza, can you state your name and your comments? Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions before we close for deliberation? All right, let's go ahead and close.
Commissioner Holtz, will you speak to the bottom windows again? There is this rhythm that we talked about, and they've repeatedly come back with the same look, and you're good with that. Will you help me get there where you are, please?
Sure. They're not exactly the same. They are larger in the new, the optional right elevation. And I think it helps, frankly, enough. It's not.
Sorry, I'm looking at the left elevation.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm looking at the left elevation as well. I'm looking at the right, the 2 on the lower level, the 2 windows toward the rear of the house. And the third option, Yeah, it says right elevation, but it says the left, but it's actually the left elevation. I'm on the supplement, the last
slide-
page of the supplement.
Yeah, so I'm looking at slide number 13. And so
We need
we're
to stay on
saying
the
that,
slide.
we're saying that the optional left side elevation has windows that are,
Hey, Kim, can we look at the comparison elevation? so
that would be
we're all
helpful, yeah.
Looking at the same thing?
Yes,
Yeah.
So slide 6 of the supplement.
yes.
There you go.
The problem is that on the on the labeling down the left-hand side, it says right elevation instead of left. There's it's a typo, but that is confusing. What I'm looking at is the third illustration. The two windows toward the back of the house are larger than what was proposed in March. Again, I would love to see more of those windows, but I understand programmatically what's happening.
But programmatically, that's not our
Our
purview.
review, I understand. I also recognize that that's the side of the house that is least visible. And I think with the other pieces that they've addressed, it's enough.
I feel the same way Commissioner Holtz does.
Ditto.
Thank you.
And we'll say, just from my perspective, I'd like to thank the applicant, even though we are closed, that they came back with the evidence about homes in the neighborhood as far as the fenestration goes and the window patterns. I don't know. I myself haven't done a deep dive on which ones are replacement. Some of them look like they may be GBG. But just from my perspective,
GBG, grid between grid.
girls between glass. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Just for those of us who might not know.
Excuse me. It's typically found on replacement windows that we don't approve. And just from my knowledge of this neighborhood and these type of craftsman homes, I would say the proportions in the upper sash lights that we typically see on these homes, I would be in favor of approving the optional for all 4 elevations. This gets us a number of things. One, on some windows, which I think is to the benefit of the applicant, we get a little bit larger windows, which helps on a number of fronts, as well as the proportions are just a little better. I think when we have like a 2/1 or a 3/1, it is typically seen on like a farmhouse or some other sort of architectural styles that we aren't trying to achieve here. And as far as the left elevation, agree with Commissioner Holt's comments about, we have fairly more sizable windows on the lower level. They're taller. Upper sash windows on the second story, with the exception of the stair window, which in my opinion, windows, similar to the lower level, upper level thing where the lower levels are larger, windows typically reflect the program elements inside as it relates to the plan. We have a vertical circulation or element in here that I think warrants a larger window in that one instance. However, going back on probably one of the earlier review comments that I said, I think I do prefer option C, as it highlights that vertical program element on the inside. I think my comment early on was hoping that vertical situation would be celebrated more. But, I digress. I think, from my perspective, I do prefer option C. I think this has come a long way. I'm ranting now. A few comments about the eave trim, which it sounds like the applicants are open to, and some handrail stuff. And then there's the one lingering thing about the tree. But otherwise, I think this is pretty clean.
The only thing I would add, or I want to suggest that we celebrate option C, because it is a stairway, that could be the, I guess, exception for it being a larger window on the upper floor, because all of the other windows that are truly on the second floor are smaller than the lower window. So just wanting to add that perspective in the mix.
And building upon that, this isn't the same instance, but I personally have worked on a house, historic house in another district. But we had a window mid floor plate, on a house that was in a stairwell. I know we asked the applicants to go out and find examples, and it is hard. There are a few examples where this occurs. So, just from my perspective and my own experience, it does happen, and it is a way to handle that situation. So I think it's appropriate. I think it's nice that they used a similar upper sash for the transom window in option C that responds to the other windows on that floor. And then the double hung window below is the, like Commissioner Hawkins put it, is the exception to that. So.
But let's go look at the reasons for continuation to continue our conversation. Oh, let's look at the reasons for continuation to make sure that everything was addressed, and so we can arrive at a decision. If that's okay, or are there other comments? All right, let's start at the top, which is what we've been talking about, windows. So the first one, A, is restudy fenestration for rhythm, style of windows, proportion, and scale, particularly on the left elevation. Noting that in most instances, windows on the main floor should be larger in appearance than those on the second floor. I think that was our conversation that we just had. Commissioner Parati, anything that you've heard from the other commissioners that helped at all, or do you?
No, I'm good with option C.
Okay. All right. Other, so that has been addressed. Do we all agree? Okay, if we go to B, provide examples of both window style in the neighborhood as a response to some architectural style bungalow as applicants proposed design, as well as provide examples of window compositions overall. That was done. Okay. Moving to C, look to the design standards and other resources, including staff. Get Your House Right book, great book. The Secretary of Interior standards, as well as context examples within 360-degree view of the property. Does B and C kind of go together? Okay. All right. And then number 2, details. Apply the following detailed considerations: a 24-inch on center rafter tails, or at least simulated 24-inch on center rafter tails.
Yes.
That was addressed. Ensure that window and door trim stands proud of the furthest projecting siding material. Do we know if that was addressed in the details?
Commissioner Morris is looking.
It appears so. They call out 5/4. I put that blanket statement on any of our motions anyway.
Okay.
And we'd probably look to staff to, ensure.
All right. C, porch railing pickets set to the inside. I believe they mentioned that.
It's shown on I do have one point of clarification, I think, is just a drawing cosmetic thing. On the detail on what's labeled sheet 6.2, A6.2, it's shown with the railing trim on the outside. On the elevations, it still looks like the pickets are towards the outside, but I think that's something we could probably clear up in, well, no, actually. I saw it somewhere. Maybe I was looking on an old submittal, so disregard my comment there till I find it.
Okay. All right. Explore a restudy of the rear porch to be a shed roof to match the front porch roof.
That was
Good.
done.
That was done. And then they included a tree protection plan within the application.
That was done.
So everything was addressed that we can, reasons for continuation. Other comments?
And just to clarify, I did find it as preferred garage rear elevation, top right, top, tongue tied today. Top left corner of a 4.3, it was shown with it outside. I think that's just a drawing error. It's no big deal.
Sorry.
Excuse me, sorry. The top left elevation of sheet A 4.3 is where the pickets are shown to the exterior. The rest of those elevations on that sheet are shown to the interior. I think that was just a drawing error.
Can I ask about the, since I want to make sure this was addressed, the garage door, the standard, I didn't pull it up before I jumped in here, but the standard about the doors appearing to be too distinguishedly, you think that's enough?
Yes.
So would we have a situation like we've had previously in Plaza Midwood where we thought it was enough, but the paint color unfortunately just took away that distinguishing characteristic?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Clarify, I think what Commissioner Lineberger's alluding to is usually on carriage style doors, we require, the handles and the hinges. But a project, and those are usually like, a dark metal. Would people paint the doors black? You lose all of that detail.
Oh,
And so I think that's what Commissioner Lineberger is alluding to, is that making sure that, that detail is still visible. And that's no matter the treatment of the door.
for the record, I don't know that from my own position, I think those decorative things kind of look fake on an overhead door, especially if we're trying to simulate a double carriage door, because there would be hinges in the middle, which
So
there's no posts.
that's not for discussion today.
Okay, sorry.
That's a policy change.
Sorry
We can
about that.
Totally talk about it.
Well-
And staff will note it, but we have to go with what.
My bad, sorry.
That's okay.
I will point out this, though, this is more of a positive note. I can. The design of the door, the style in the middle is a double style, reflecting more of a double carriage door, providing that difference of the two bay openings, if that makes sense. So in design, the door itself has its own characteristics signifying a double door. And I guess I'd look to staff. In the past, has that been deemed enough to simulate double carriage doors?
I think that the style of door that the applicant is presenting is pretty typical, but with the hardware that Christy is speaking
Okay.
of.
Okay, so the strap hinges and
Like-
thank you.
Police, yeah,
Okay, so that's something that we would typically request.
yes.
Okay.
Okay. So since everything was covered, do we feel like we have a motion, a decision?
Before we move into that, we're all in agreement of which options
Oh,
on the windows?
well, I will start by, oh,
I'm sorry, we need to use our microphones.
And no side conversations, talk into the mic.
okay. As far as the options, whichever ones give the more light or wider, is that 3/1?
Yes, option C, I believe does that.
Option C, and if I may, on the School Street elevation, I know typically be like smaller windows on the second floor. I do tend to prefer a true double hung condition because it does provide that shadow line. You know, a double hung versus simulated double hung in casement form, read too different to me. So because of the eclectic nature of Craftsman style in general, which the applicant mentioned, I think some variation in the window forms can be allowed in some instances, and I would afford that to this particular one.
Yeah, and that could be stated as such in the motion, right?
So which option is that?
Option A on School Street elevation
So that's,
on the right side.
okay. So it's some 3/1s and 4/1s.
I think we point to which preferred or optional elevation we are intending to approve versus going, because there's a mix of them
Agreed.
on each elevation, 4/1, 3/1, 2, 3 in general. So I think we just go to the options.
Okay. So option A on School Street
Yes.
and option C on the other elevation.
Yes, the left elevation.
You still have to say if it's the preferred elevation or the optional elevation on top of that.
Correct.
But when we say option. Okay.
Look at the screen. We have the March meeting, we have the applicant's preferred, and then the applicant provided an optional elevation. The difference between the applicant's preferred and the applicant's optional is that the preferred has the 2/1 and 3/1 windows, and the optional has the 3/1 and the 4/1. What it sounds like from the commission, the optional elevation is preferred because the windows are larger. And then we get into option A versus option B on the School Street side. And then on the interior lot side, option C, the longer window.
If it makes it easier, I think we wouldn't pick and choose preferred versus optional on each elevation. We just choose one holistically.
Correct. We're looking for one of these three, or two, I should say, and then you're picking a window.
So here, if you choose the optional elevation, all we need is what you've been doing. Is it optional elevation with window A or optional elevation with window B on School Street? Optional elevation with window, is it C or D on the right elevation? So it's just adding that word. We're approving the optional elevations.
Okay.
So then, Commissioner Barth, on the School Street side, in order to keep it consistent where we have 3/1s, would we not say optional? Wait, where is it? Their preferred elevation with option A is the top window?
In that instance, we would say, excuse me, I'm saying optional elevations for the whole house.
Mm-hmm.
Option A for this particular elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And additionally, I would point out, we do have 2 examples of that similar window 4/1 on that elevation. Why am I not zooming here? My computer stopped working, sorry. On the front gable and then towards the back of the house, screen porch.
Mm-hmm.
That configuration is shown there too, so.
Okay.
Which I can't zoom in, but I was trying to see if the windows are the same size or smaller, but. Jeez.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for the triple gang window on the front of the house on this elevation, that's a 3/5/6. Option A on that elevation is a 3/5.
Okay. So that answers your question, Commissioner Holtz.
It does.
Do we feel like we have a motion?
I'll make an attempt at a motion. However, I do want to confirm all the different options and window options before we kind of get into that. So
Okay.
just to confirm, on all 4 elevations, we prefer the optional design.
Yes.
On the School Street elevation, we are suggesting option A for the stair window. And then
No,
It's right.
it's the right elevation. School Street is the right elevation.
Oh, okay.
option A, school, okay, and then on the left elevation, we are suggesting option C for the stair, or,
Yes.
Correct.
all right. And
And I think I would add, blanking on your last name, Sean, sorry. That we're, approving these options due to, for the left side elevation for the program, elements going in, and because of the fenestration composition on this elevation overall, as well as, the School Street, because of egress, the window is smaller in comparison to examples on the lower floor. And it is a preferred window configuration to be a true double hung for egress. Sorry.
I think
Is this good? Do I need to restate anything? Or is?
I think I got most of it. And while we're reviewing, before we make that motion, we are going to call out the freeze board at the eave trim to be plumb. And was there anything in regard to the garage outbuilding?
In addition to the freeze board being plumb, to have a molded piece against the soffit. Like a molded crown piece.
Crown piece?
Yeah.
And the garage was hardware.
Right, that was strap hinges and pull handles, but they're not real strap hinges, so would you call that out? Or not functional, they're just sort of
I
there.
think the main thing is just making sure that they are there to signify that there are 2 separate doors.
Gotcha.
And Commissioner Sullivan, that standard is 8.10, number 6.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And lastly, to read in the tree plan that she obtained into the full application.
I believe the applicant also had 2 brick samples, if you could select one.
And Commissioner's preference?
I'm good with their preferred.
Yeah, I'm good with her preferred, which is
Camden.
Camden is the number 1.
Option 1.
And that they will work with staff on the mortar color choice.
Traditionally white. Or light. Contrast.
Yes.
All right, any other comments before I jump off the cliff here? Yeah.
We'll catch you no matter what.
All right. That makes it all the better. All right, I move to approve this application because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the district, as described in Chapter 3 of Design Standards, and is consistent with Secretary of the Interior Standards for Historic Rehabilitation. We approve this application with the following conditions and directions. Starting with number one, that the rafter tails, oh, excuse me, that was already addressed. That the eave trim frieze board be a plumb installation with a molded, sorry, what was it?
Crown.
Molded crown against the soffit. That's the applicant's preferred brick sample selection number one is the preferred and appropriate selection per the guidelines. That the garage door with strap hinges and pull handles be included for exterior elevations on the main house. We are recommending the optional elevations on all four sides with window option A on the School Street elevation because it is an egress window rather, and it being egress and the need for it to be wider is a reason for the approval of that particular window. And on the left elevation, option C. And the applicant is also to add the tree plan into their application that can later be approved. They can work with staff for final approval. And I'll add some standards. Windows and doors, 6.15, 6.16. Accessory buildings, 8.10.6. Materials, 6.18. And I believe that covers it.
A friendly amendment by staff. Can we, oh, well. Clarification from staff, I guess. Suggestion from staff. We're not recommending option elevation. We're approving option elevation, correct?
Correct, approving.
And if I could add I don't want to say it's amendment, more of a clarifier, and this may help for future cases, I don't know, but we are approving the optional elevation series because it, one, responds to the architectural form more appropriately. Two, it allows for larger windows, which helps with our rhythm and fenestration percentage, as well as the proportion of lights.
Approved.
Those are excellent facts for the motion. Thank you, Commissioner Park.
Accepted. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Barr. Any discussion on the motion? And just to clarify, the tree protection plan is already in the application, correct? Okay, all right. All right, any discussion? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger? Oops. Commissioner Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
Good night. Congratulations. Yeah, you need a break? It's 2:53, so 3 o'clock? 3:05? 3:05. We'll see you back here at 3:05. Thanks. Hello, and we are back at the April 9th Charlotte Historic District Commission meeting. We are picking back up after break with item number 7. Is the applicant online, Marilyn?
Yes, and Don also has hand up, so I don't know if it's Don.
Don Duffy, I would move Don over, yeah.
Here too.
They are both
Oh,
unmuted.
everyone's.
Yeah, Nagar's here too.
Hi, Nicole.
Okay, great.
Hi, have you been sworn in?
Yeah.
I swore myself in with the last time you did it.
Okay, perfect. This next application was continued from the March meeting for restudy on porches and context, and presenting historic context information to reference within a 360 view, avoid factory mold units, and the applicant has proposed context information, provided context information, and they did the field applied trim. Where this is most visible, like the last application, staff has created a front elevation comparisons with existing, the March proposal. You can see the trim difference here and the April proposal. So that's the front elevation. This is the right elevation. Again, the trim difference and the rear elevation. There is also a new section, March and April. And then the applicant, if I can go back here on slide 11, the applicant has provided a map and a number of colonial revival houses with side porches that have glass and they're not screened. They are glassed in porches, most of which do have muttons. Some really older ones just have windows. And staff looked back in our survey photo file from 1996 and found that of those shown on slide 11 of the presentation, 7 of them predate 1996, so present very, very early on. We do not have information from 83, 86 when Dilworth was a district and then expanded in 86 and 96. But anyway, pre-96 is pretty old. And then out of those 3, there were ones that were approved by the commission. 720 Berkeley was approved under old design standards in 2015. I'm going to skip down to 1128 Berkeley. It already had a glass enclosure pre-2003, and then in 2003, they changed the look of the glass enclosure to have new windows and wood paneling, and that's also shown on the applicant's exhibit on slide 11 of the main presentation. And then the only one out of all of the ones shown on slide 11 that has been approved most recently was 2021, and that was 917 Berkeley Avenue. And so 917 Berkeley is right here. This was, I didn't include the historical photo, but it was a screen porch that they converted to windows. So, and that, again, that was 2021. So with that, I just wanted to, explain for everybody. I know the supplement information and the research was only provided online last evening, so making sure that everyone's up to speed. Nagar, with that, I am going to take you back to maybe slide 6, if that's okay, of your presentation. You just tell me what slide to go to next. And if you have video and can turn that on, that would be helpful. And then also, before you start speaking, if you could state your name and spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Of course. My first name is Nagar, Netar. Last name Iskra, Iskra, with Duffy Magnuson Associates. I am currently in pickup line for school because I didn't have anyone to pick up my kid today. So I'm in the car right now, and I can turn on my video in a minute because I'm going to park in about 2 minutes. So, but just to go through the presentation, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I think a lot of the changes that the commission had asked for, we did make. The last one that the owner is really pushing for is to keep the muttons as we have proposed. And I think everything else, I don't believe anybody had an issue with.
Okay. Are there any other callers? Move to Nagar, Don, anything else to add?
I just think that there's plenty of precedent for the divided lights. I think it, depending on how far back in time you go, they likely would have used divided lights. Just because glasses would be too big and too tall to try to do it with one piece of glass. It's a very modern detail. So I think it's very appropriate to have divided lights. And the context is there to say that we're not incongruent with the consistency of the neighborhood. So, and the rest is really, we're not messing with the outside. We're just coming in behind it to condition this space. I mean, the existing conditions.
Thanks. Chair Hawkins? Do we want to, oh, I'm sorry, I missed the callers. Callers.
I would turn my camera on, but I don't see how that's an option.
It's okay.
Switch audio.
They're muted. Okay. If you've called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, on our end, you're showing up as like caller number 8 and 9. Could you just identify which address or application number you're calling about? Okay. Over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Sullivan. I'm not sure how to phrase this as a question, so I'll just go for it. In looking at the context examples of enclosed porches with divided light windows, there are many. And so I do see the precedent, and I do see how filling in a screen porch, with divided light windows would have precedent, but also be appropriate for this style of home in this particular porch. I don't see any examples where the full height of the porch is glazed, with the exception of when French doors or a full glass door is part of that filling in of the screen porch. So I guess my question is, could you walk me through any potential precedents or your
Well,
stylistic basis
We asked
for
them for that.
the commission asked for it. I would prefer not to do the bottom hoppers. I don't think they're consistent with the language of the architecture, but it was a request from the commission to take glass to the floor. We'd much rather have the panels, which is also kind of consistent with some of the other precedent in the neighborhood. So,
So
Yeah, well, when
Yeah,
we
this-
originally presented in, I think it was it
January.
January, yeah, we did have the panels, and just to reiterate, that's something that the commission had asked for, was to take the glass all the way down. But yeah, we'd be happy to do the panels again.
Thank you for the reminder. I do recall that now.
Other questions for the applicant? Looks pretty straightforward. All right. Well, let's close for deliberation. Starting with reasons for continuation, that kick us off with our discussion. So restudy the design standards for porches 4.8 and context 6.2 through 6.3. I think the applicant addressed this by providing the contextual pictures and by addressing removal of the panels at the bottom. Number 2, same thing. Present historic context information. They've done that. And then number 3, explore avoiding factory mold units in this case. And the mullions can be applied and windows trimmed out using traditional materials as recommended by staff. So maybe Commissioner Barth or one of the commissioners, architects can speak to if that was that
It was addressed.
fulfilled?
It was addressed.
Okay. All right. And then we have to put in there, is not the commission's mission to make enclosed side porches look like the rest of the house. The intent of the side porch is that it's open. So hence more glass, which is why the commission wants to omit the requested window muntins. Other comments, thoughts on the restudy, the resubmission? Sounds like everything's been addressed.
I have a question for staff. So I know we ask applicants to look towards historic examples. It's going to be kind of hard to prove if any of these are in fact historic. It's, as provided by the diligent efforts of the applicant, it's been shown that we have approved divided light enclosed porches in the past, likely much to our displeasure, but how do you all, is that justification?
So staff compiled this information.
Yeah.
And this is, to me, pre-96, we're getting into,
4 years.
Really a significant time ago. My thought on these houses, it's this particular style of architecture with these side porches. This has been a natural way to expand living space on this style of house for decades. So when we make decisions about projects, it's not just looking at our standards, it's looking also at the standards in accordance with the specific style of architecture and the specific project. So of these, the one that was approved is the same. It's a side porch style of architecture built in the same era as the rest of these. Under current standards. I think the context is there in this particular instance on this street. So you're looking at context of this street, the style of the house, and it's really, up to you how you wish to assign those facts and make your motion. I think that's as much as I can say.
Okay. We're closed, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's that word typically. We typically don't enclose porches. And, I'm taking up the banner from Damon Rumsch and saying that, we shouldn't be doing this because it hurts the pedestrian interest, so on and so forth. But when, to Christy's point, they bring back this contextual information, already it's screened in, it's not glassed in, but it's screened in, which creates a little bit of a barrier automatically. I don't see how we don't approve this, given what they've presented.
I think too. Oh,
Can I add one thing that I forgot to mention? The one commonality is what Commissioner Sullivan alluded to, is that when these are enclosed, a doorway is typically incorporated on the front elevation to maintain that connection. You see it here in 1318, you see it at 729. I believe it's at
933.
933. I'm not sure about 917, but there are a lot of them. If you look, that there's one that has, there we go, 729. That one does not. I think 720 does. There was another one, 933. There was one that was like a door and a window. Can't put my finger on it now, but so, this one has French doors at 821. This is a very early example, but if you zoom in, the door's there. So, that would be, to your point of the street connectivity. Thanks.
So in order to be consistent at this point, we didn't have it in the continuation. Could we make that a, what do you call the
Condition.
condition? Yeah.
I think you're basing it on new information that you received, right? That
Sure.
you asked for, and that's why you asked for additional information about context.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
Is that something that, provided enough information, staff can approve, or do we need to see that? I guess that's a question for our commission as well. Do we need to ask for them back?
I don't think so. I think it's enough examples in the immediate context. And if staff is comfortable, we can provide them with the direction.
I think, assuming it's a full light, a full light door, the proportions of the lights match the window additions as well as the main house. I think that should be enough for staff to go on. So with that, I'm comfortable making a motion. Unless anybody else is.
Now, do we then have to have them address like entry into that door? Like the step, there are already steps?
There are already
The
steps
patio there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it comes out on,
Okay.
on level.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you go to, what's that image? The one down the bottom right there. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you go down to the bottom, the next slide.
Oh, you don't want to show the.
Oh, you can do that, but you can also go to the next slide, bottom right image. There's a picture showing this area. Is it more to the right? Yeah, it's right there at grade.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Honestly, they already have a door there.
Yeah, that's all.
I think this is a good ask because, the connection's already there. The pedestrian interaction's always there, already there, excuse me. So I would like to make a motion, if I can, to approve this application with the following caveats. That the applicant add a single pedestrian door on the front elevation, on the middle of the enclosed screen porch where the existing screen door currently resides. This door shall be full light. The light proportions shall match the adjacent windows to be added, as well as the main house light proportions. And all other details as updated are acceptable with site mold conditions and trimming out. And to reference, let's see. And again, we are stating this approval based on evidence provided by the applicant for historic examples, and due to the architectural style of this case. And that's for porches 617, doors and windows 615 and 16, cornices and trims 614, going backwards, material 618. And we'll go ahead and throw in context 6-1 through 1, or excuse me, 6-1 through 6-4.
Commissioner Barth, was it clear that we're approving the previous with the panels? They preferred the panels, right? No, we're approving it with the glass.
I would
the
prefer the
glass.
glass.
Okay.
I think if these porches get enclosed, they need to read more, as open as possible.
Okay.
To
Just wanted to
honor,
clarity on that.
honor previous testimony and commissioner comments that we've had about maintaining that visual and physical connection.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm, Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next application is 220 South Summit Avenue. And
Angie and Ryan are both online.
okay. Angie and Ryan, are you guys here? Hi, Angie.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Okay. Before we get started, does the commission have enough information to hear this case today?
Commissioners, do you have enough information?
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. This application is 220 South Summit Avenue. It's an accessory structure, dwelling unit, accessory dwelling unit. It's continued, this case was continued from the March 12th meeting for the items listed. Angie, if you could state your, I'm sorry, the applicant has provided a revised drawing set for our review today. The proposed height as measured from grade to ridge is approximately 22 feet, 4.5 inches, I'm sorry. The proposed footprint is 2910 by 35. The proposed materials remain the same and the rear yard permeability is 52%, which was part of the revised proposal information. Angie, if you could let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Okay, thank you. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1 in Charlotte, 28208. And thank you. And Ryan Bertoni is the original applicant of this project, and he is on as well. So if he could be sworn in before we get started, just as a co-applicant.
Sure. Ryan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you
Okay.
have video?
Yeah, I'm trying to do it now. Sorry.
Okay.
There we go.
Hi, Ryan. Okay.
Hi.
And have you been sworn in, Ryan?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Oh, you
Okay.
have. Okay. Thank you. Angie, Ryan, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter as well.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Ryan Bertoni, 601 South Kings Drive in Charlotte.
Thank you, Ryan. Angie, let me know what page you'd like to start on.
Sure, thank you. So as you know, this project came before you last month for many reasons. One, massing scale, context, to mention a few. So I just want to jump in. If you can, let's look at the slide number 7 or slide 8, please. If we can start with the site plan. So that's good. So this is going to be an addition to an existing garage that was built in 2007, I believe, that was an approved HDC project. It was a 2-car garage. It measured roughly depth of the original garage is 29 feet 10, almost 30 feet by 22 feet 4, if I'm not mistaken. And it fronts the side of it fronts 4th Street, and it's an alley. There is currently an existing 2.5-story ADU building to its right. There is an open vacant lot behind the alley, and it is to the property that was an original duplex, 2-story brick duplex on South Summit. The duplex was converted into a single-family residence, changing it slightly from its use. So having a little bit of back history, you know what was previously presented. What was distinguishing for us was that the original garage got lost in the previous proposal. So I just want to give you a little bit of an understanding of where we came from on this. So slide 9. If you can go to slide 9. So there are certain features that we felt like were missing from the proposed. One was to identify the original garage. The original garage was 15 feet, 16 feet roughly in height from grade to ridge, although on the left-hand side, which is 4th Street, it is below the sidewalk level of the street. And the street actually slopes away from you, so it's higher in the alley. The alley side is roughly 1.5 feet or so higher, 2 feet higher than the finished floor of the garage. So, you know, one would think, oh, why don't you just put the entrance to the garage from the alley side? But the garage is lower than the street level, so that's kind of not an option. There were, again, certain features on the house that we felt like we needed to replicate. So there was an addition done, I believe, in 2008, 9 or so, 7, 8, 9, on the back of the property, which you can see in the upper left-hand side of slide 9. It has gables that are facing interior of the courtyard, plus arches, right? So there are these beautiful brick arches and this column detail that was also in the front of the house. I'm going to just slide to the photograph. So slide 10, if you can. Yeah, slide 10. So slide 10, you can actually see the sidewalk is higher than the grade level. So I just want that as context for this project as well, because it does sit within the lower grade. You can see the sidewalk, you can see the driveway that goes to its neighbors. Slide 11, please. So slide 11, last month there was a lot of question thinking that the gray structure that was next to it was a principal structure. That is the accessory structure, which is a 2-car garage, oversized, plus an additional parking bay to its left, which you can see the truck that's parked to the left side of that garage as well. So in this particular elevation, you can actually see right through the space between the tree and you can see the house, exactly. So you can see the existing garage, the space in between that we're talking about doing a small addition to, as well as trying to do a tree save for this particular tree. The one thing about this particular garage versus an ADU, which is what we're trying to create, is that this garage sits a little over 4 feet to the property line, which is not allowed with an ADU. So we would need to sit back and step back from the rear property line at minimum 5 feet in order to meet the zoning for an accessory dwelling unit. Slide 12, please. So slide 12, this is an interior view. So if you were standing kind of in the neighbor's yard, looking towards the interior portion of the garage, you can see that it has 2 doors. One door that leads to a storage area, the other door leads into the garage. And also from the front, if we can, there's the front photos. Candace, if you can jump to that, I'm sorry, which slide? Might be some of the beginning slides. Slide 6. Okay, so slide 6, if you were to zoom in on the front porch, they have some really intricate detailing. You see the columns, you see a row lock, you see the elliptical arch. It's pretty nice detail of the original house, and we felt like we needed to replicate this detail on the garage. One thing I do want to note also too, it talked in the staff analysis to not do pork chop eaves, but when I look at this and I look at this structure, we would be replicating details that are actually on this house. And so I just want to bring that up because I know that's probably going to be a comment in some of the feedback from the commissioners. So bottom of if you pan down just a little bit, bottom right hand side of slide 6, you're going to see the neighbor's house, which is the house to the right, and its accessory dwelling. So there was, I believe, Commissioner Sullivan or Chrome had asked last month if that was the principal structure, but no, behind that white truck is the accessory dwelling of its neighbor. So the 2 gables would be facing each other in side-by-side view. The trees are in between, and we are protecting the tree in between. Okay, now I'm going to jump to the elevations and give you the logic as to what and why. So in the standards, right, I'm not going to give you a history lesson, you guys know it, but in section 2.5, it talks about not destroying some of the historic details. And I felt like we needed to preserve as much of this non-historic, historic district garage as possible. So therefore, if we were to do an addition on this garage without preserving some of its aesthetics, then we would be ripping off the entire roof and starting over. And we felt like it's an entire brick structure, there really, unless you were to tear off most of the brick, you really do need to be compatible with its brick. So we felt like we needed to keep the inward facing, the courtyard facing garage, and then step back in addition that would be it's only 5 feet. There's only a plate height of 5 feet to the second floor, and then it slopes up. So the ceilings do slope up, but the perimeter plate height is only at 5 feet. We felt like it needed to just be minimized, but in order to do that and still maintain brick, that we needed to step it back. So this is the interior, we're going to call the front elevation. Slide 10, please. So on slide 10, you can see the existing left elevation, which is actually 4th Street side. And what we were doing is, it is coplanar. There's no way to do masonry and not do it coplanar. So, raising that wall, removing a portion of the roof for 2 reasons. One, has 2x6 ceiling joists, and we can't use 2x6 ceiling joists for floor systems. So we do have to create a deeper floor system, and we're showing a 16-inch I-joist that spans left to right to hold up the second floor. By doing that, removing some of the boxing, extending brick up. We do know that Ryan said that this brick is available still because it was built in 2007. So we can still get this brick and extend the brick vertically. So the 2 windows that are there would remain. We would be adding vertical, and also keeping the same pitch of the house, right? So the same pitch of the garage, which would also be cross gables. If we were to change the pitch of the garage, change the dormers, it did not look compatible, and it did not feel like it respected the original architecture of the 2-story duplex. You can see in this, the South Summit streetscape, the original height of the garage was 15, 10 and a quarter or so, 16 feet. And we're going up to a little over 22 feet in height. So we drastically reduced it, wanted to stay under 24 feet, which is max that you can do an accessory dwelling, and also stay under the grade height of the principal structure as well. So this just kind of gives you a cross view of between the house and the accessory structure. Slide 11, please. So slide 11 is the back, the alley side. Now, there's very little fenestration on this side. We did not add any existing windows on the original garage, but on the upper level, because we needed to stay within a certain proportion, flashing, not to encroach any of the boxing, 2 small windows added, and then another small window at the stairwell as well. If you can see the little window above the addition. So the addition is only 10 feet wide. So slide 12. And so slide 12, this is facing its neighbor. So we did again want to repeat the same column detail and the same ellipse or arch that you will. And again, these are a 1 3/4. They're not even a full 2-story or 1.5 story of full brick. Again, the same logic is remove the eave that cuts across because it just did not feel right continuing that boxing in front of brick over brick. Very, very similar to the addition or the accessory structure that's on its left, where it is a 2-story coplanar gable end. So one of the things that I did want to mention too is that, asking for historic examples of pop-up roofs, there aren't any, not that I could find. Doesn't mean it can't be done, just not within the district. There are other 2-story garages that I have successfully done in Dilworth that are, quite appealing. This one is a little unique, right? Because this one sits on a 4-lane road. 4th Street is 4 lanes, 2 coming and 2 going. But its setting is also unique to itself. And, it says here, provide historic examples of stacked gable roofs on accessory buildings. Well, we haven't done it on accessory buildings, but in order to maintain the historic part of this building, which is non-historic, but it's in the historic district, we wanted to maintain that original garage and not just build a 2-story garage here, although I know the owners would love to have additional square footage, trying to pare it down compared to what was done in March. So if you look at the comparison just on this particular slide, which is slide 9, and, one looks like a fire station, and the other, it looks like an addition to a garage. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend anybody by that comment. So it was too heavy. It's too heavy. The original garage got lost in its evolution. And then the other thing was, it says in the staff analysis, the structure does not appear to be secondary in massing or footprint to the primary structure. And I just want to point out that the house width is 39.9 feet wide. The garage width in proposed is 35, which is 5 feet less. Also the depth of the house is 34 feet from front to back. And the depth of the garage, the garage that's there now is 29 feet 10, so roughly 30 feet, with our addition off to the side of being only 22 feet deep. Now, there is a covered little porch area that makes maybe that it feel like it is a little bit deeper than it actually is, but that covered porch area allowed us to create a similar detail that the house has. And so if you look at slide 9, the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that that is a little covered porch area that allows you for covered entry to the stairwell. And so we're just trying to minimize. I know there's not a lot of fenestration on here. We do still have to provide egress windows for any sleeping quarters on the second floor, but everything else was to be as demure as possible. It was not to overwhelm the original structure at all. And again, maybe I'll end with this. And everything, I know there's always like, well, what makes you, eligible for an exception? And I know that in section 2.5, it says that there are unique circumstances and that these circumstances may warrant an exception. And I think this is one of those cases if we want to maintain some of this original garage without total, eliminating the second, the roof of it or rotating its doors or changing the alley. So it's there and we're just trying to make the best of it. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ryan to see if he has anything to say or if the owner is on the phone, which is Mr. McMillan, if he's on. So, Ryan, do you have anything else?
There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think Angie did a great job of summing it up, and I appreciate the insight. Angie has been absolutely wonderful and helping us be a lot more consistent with the standards. So I very much appreciate her help, obviously, and no, I don't think I have anything else to add. Thank you.
It looks like we have an unknown caller. Unknown caller, if you can state your name and or if you're calling for 220 South Summit Avenue. Okay. Just a reminder to the commission that this structure was built in 2007, so it's not a historic structure. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I have I guess a question for staff. Just, you did mention that it's not a historic structure. It was HDC approved prior to its construction in 2007. So does in parsing our standards, I'm just curious how you would offer we should, look at this particular proposal. Because it's a existing building in a historic district that was previously approved based on the standards for an accessory building.
On prior standards. So we have
Prior standards.
new standards. So,
Can I help?
sure.
I think they approved around 2006, constructed 2007. It's considered new construction. And no matter if it's a historic property or a non-historic property, you use your standards for addition, since that's what they're requesting is an addition to a structure. There's no requirement that this structure remain and have an addition. The applicant does have the option to demo and build new. But what they're presenting is just an addition. So you'd use your addition and new construction design standards. Does that help?
Yes.
You're welcome.
And then if I can piggyback on that, the structure that we keep using as reference for why, for a two-story ADU is also new. It is not historic.
Yes, the neighboring structure that is seen on slide 11 in the top left-hand corner is also new construction.
Yeah, it was, that was a vacant lot, and there was a new construction of the main structure and the accessory structure, and the commission looked at them, holistically in relationship to each other, like you're doing here, looking at what they're proposing in relationship to the existing structure. The difference being that the existing structure on this lot is historic, and that this is a corner lot, not an interior lot.
Can I ask a question for the staff? Can I ask a question of staff? So one of the detached garages that we approved in a different neighborhood, I remember kind of questioning some of the roof lines and such. And I know continuity with the existing structure is something to consider, but one of the things that was pointed out to me during that evaluation was context of other detached structures. And they're only presenting the one that's right next door. They haven't presented any context for any other detached structures in the neighborhood, right?
Astute observation.
Okay. So, yeah, so from my standpoint, I would like to know from the applicants, what do the other detached structures that are in the district look like that would be considered historic or something that we would actually use for context? Because non-historic structures don't qualify as context for us. Do you have examples of historic detached accessory structures to show us?
Yes, they were in the March presentation. They were presented in the March presentation. There were, I believe, slide 25 is context. So what you see before you at 304 South Summit is a detached garage with a dormer above.
Is that
And
historic though?
I'm not sure if it's historic, but it's right across the street. So I would think that it's also been approved. So if you're asking for historic two-story accessory structures.
Well, I'm just asking for historic accessory structures.
Right.
I feel like that neighborhood really has them.
There are many historic accessory structures in Wesley Heights.
There are. Oh, yeah, sorry.
There are
I
many
had,
in Wesley Heights.
yes, sorry. Okay.
304 South Summit Avenue is not historic. That was approved under old standards. It is directly across the street. But
Yeah, I'm
There's-
sorry.
There's also, on the other end of Walnut Avenue and
then,
Fourth
like,
Street.
discussing in conjecture, maybe your question is resurvey, take a look at the neighborhood and see what, historic accessory structures are like in Wesley Heights, and
Yeah.
then keep moving.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
yeah.
No, I apologize. For some reason, I had a different neighborhood stuck in my head, and so I'm in the right place now. But no, I don't believe that we use context for non-historic. So I would like to know what historic structures we can compare to. And mentally, I can think of a few, but they're not being presented to us.
So the
Historic accessory structures.
which means unaltered or
Well,
original.
work with staff to let them help you find context of what's in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, well, let's close for deliberation. I think once that restudy of historic structures in the neighborhood is addressed, that probably will provide better direction. I think for me, the challenge I'm having, and this is maybe the architects can help me, it's the roof, the double stack, what is that called? Gables. It's not something that I've seen before, or that's typically shown. So I don't know, what are your thoughts on those?
I think there's going to be a challenge finding precedent for it. And to Christie's point, it is a corner lot. We're talking about materials that are a lot heavier than even the non-historic structure that it's being compared to. So I think it's going to be a challenge, but Angie handles challenge as well. I live in the neighborhood, and I can't recall seeing that kind of design on a garage.
Can I ask a question of staff? Would it be reasonable to ask for things that have been approved to show as examples on corner lots since the standards were changed?
The standards for our commission is to compare to historic examples. So new construction is not really anything you evaluate against.
There's also not precedent. We're not a precedent-setting body. Everything is based on the main house. You're comparing this lot, where it's located in the district, which is very different than where, like Angie pointed out, it's a lot bigger of a street up against this house than maybe some other houses in the district. So, with being not precedent setting, that's why we look at historic examples, not new construction. And it's also why we heavily lean on our design standards, which call for the accessory structures to reflect the architecture, not the architecture, but the massing, the scale, the roof of the main house. Anyway, sorry.
So does that answer your
No,
question?
but still doesn't clarify, because I live in Dilworth and I see garages, new garages built adjacent to historic houses on corners. I don't think this is necessarily the design in terms of appeal, but I'm just trying to understand how it works in one location and not in another.
I'm good.
So that's a great question. To that point, it's all contextual, right? So it could be a corner lot, but a completely different the roof pitch or style, or there could be so many different things about each corner lot. So we have to use our guidelines looking back at historic, but all the historic being that particular house, not that it was done down the street at another corner lot and that structure spoke to the historic structure of that particular lot. It's apples and oranges, really, Commissioner Kerm. So when we are looking at the secondary building, it has to reflect back on the historic house that it's that it's companion to.
And just to add a little bit more, it may help, it might not. Um, Each historic district is designated based on the character of the historic properties that contribute to the district. In other words, each district is different. So what may be in Dilworth, what may be proper in Dilworth or Wesley Heights or Plaza Midwood is different based on the historic structures that contribute to that district when it was designated. That's why at the beginning of the standards, each district has its own particular page that describes the architecture that is relevant or significant in that particular district. And that's why in previous applications, when there's questions about whether or not the commission can use structures or structures from one district and compare them to that of another, our advice has been that we would recommend against that because the context is the context of the particular district in general. Now, when you narrow down, of course, you're talking about the context, especially in this case of the accessory structure as it relates to the main structure. But when you think about it in a more holistic way, you're talking about the structures of that particular district and the context of that area.
So then you go from district to streetscape to lot. And that's how it's compared.
Yeah, and no one's saying you can't have an accessory structure on this lot. Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to add, just to clarify, one that might help. At the same time, there are examples of other successful accessory structures that are two-story in Wesley Heights that are on corners that relate directly to, I'm just reiterating, I guess, that relate directly to the main house. And I think that's the biggest comparison. So
There's one on Lydecker.
favorite one.
One of my favorites. There's one right there at Lydecker and South Summit. And that house, that accessory building relates directly to the historic house. And at the same time, bringing it back a little, it fits within context of the streetscape. Bringing it back a little further, it also speaks to the styles of homes we see in Wesley Heights.
It looks like the applicant wants to say something, so I'm going to reopen. Angie?
Thank you. So I know that, you know, the feedback has been, it needs to relate back to its original structure, which it is a two-story brick house, was a duplex, right? So historically, this house was a duplex. There's quite a few of them in Wesley Heights, right? There's quite a few. They were very iconic. They had front porches, two-story brick, South Summit. So those homes, you know, didn't necessarily have any garages to the back. They just had a driveway. There was an alley. And so some of these homes that, you know, are now being modified into single family homes like you see here, adding an accessory structure to the back, which it was. And I know that I said earlier, it's non-historic, but it's in the historic district. So I wanted to clarify that. It is not a historic garage, but I know that it is in the historic district, approved in certificate of appropriateness in 2007. So different standards, I know, at different times. But you know, in its scale and massing, and I think that was one of the comments, you know, that it did not, or it was too big for the house, but the house is actually 2 stories plus a roof versus, you know, 1 3/4 story with the roof. And so I guess I'm not quite sure what your interpretation is regarding that, because while it's a, you know, brick structure, and in order to, you know, yeah, tear it down and build it out of wood and make it look smaller and, you know, 8 inches narrower because of its size, but it's already brick. And so doing a, you know, taking off the roof, yes, is that an option? Sure it is, right? It sure is an option. And then changing the structure up above. But if you wanted to maintain some of the features that we're talking about, which are, this particular house has a shallow roof pitch. It doesn't have a steep roof pitch like some of the other houses or post-war homes in the neighborhood. I think this house was built in 1930 something, 39, right? So right around post-war times. And so you had shallower pitches. You didn't have the steep roof pitches like you would on a bungalow. So if you want to maintain some of those features, there's not much volume you're going to get with a shallow pitch roof. And as it is, we're already looking at 5-foot tall walls on the second floor of the garage. And so, you know, I mean, you could spin this however you want, take off the material, change its, you know, change its veneers, but height is still going to be consistently the same. So while, yes, you're asking me to provide historic other 2-story structures, and there might be 1 or 2 in the district that I'm aware of, but there isn't anything like it. So why can you not look beyond trying to find something that's historically, I understand, right? The attorney just said you have to find within the context, but sometimes you have to look beyond that. And so I'm just trying to see specifically, is it, you said the double stacked gables. Well, it is done with homes. We do that with principal structures all the time where we need volume, where you have, you know, a 17-foot tall roof and we want to go a 2nd story. We've done that, whether it's with a bungalow, post-war home, small America house. That is an architectural detail that is done, whether it's a garage or a principal structure. So it is the detail that's done. So I'm just trying to understand a little bit more so that I can better serve, you know, client and give them, you know, what they want, still satisfy historic guidelines. I'm just trying to understand specifically what you're looking for. If you can give me some feedback on that, because I think I've explained the logic as to why 2-story or 1 3/4 or so story of brick. I wouldn't even call it a 2-story or not even a 1.5. It's just an extra 5 feet of wall, basically. So if you can just give me a little bit more feedback of what you're looking for.
If I could help interpret, Angie, those are all really great questions. The things that you're saying are without the information, the photos, the documentation to back it up are just hearsay. Like they're asking you to bring back, you know, there's a couple things they're asking. Bring back examples that are supporting what you are asserting. You know, take a look at you know, you just talked about the design and they've talked about the double gables. So just bring back examples, like show how this has been done, show that, you know, that type of thing. You know, you also know the commission's feelings on coplanar walls. So find examples of that. It's not just, you know, as part of making your case to the commission, making your case is showing documentation. It's not just saying words like this exists and we need to believe
Right.
that. Is that helpful?
Yeah, but what if it's not been done?
Well, then you show
No,
how
that's the
it meets
point,
our-
like-
you show how it meets the standards. Your job as the architect is to show how what you're proposing meets the design standards. And so I think the commission can provide you with more guidance and specific aspects to look at.
We've done things before that have not been done. Look
Correct.
at the Leaper Wyatt building. Look at the building on East Boulevard, the Animal Medical Hospital, the connector. So we've done things that haven't been done before. We understand that, right? It is, to Christy's point, adhering to the standards. 524 Grandin, not a two-story brick, but it used to be a duplex, and they had an ADU approved. So that's, one that I can think of off the top of my head, but we've done things that we haven't done before. It's just that we have to show how it's not breaking our standards, it's adhering to it. Yes,
I
yes,
appreciate that.
correction. Thank you,
Yeah.
Commissioner Holtz. The applicant, you have to show it.
If it's helpful, Angie, I want to add, I think we could break it down and simply say it needs to speak the language of the existing historic home. It needs to have that language. And I think what you've presented doesn't have the same language of the existing. Does that help? And would anyone agree with me on?
I definitely agree with that.
And that speaks back to the standards.
Right.
I keep looking at it and seeing the existing garage and thinking how well proportioned it is and how it does fit with the house, the main structure. Hard to top because it's pretty simple, but it works. But I think that what we're being asked to approve is just competing with the main house, and it's just not blending in with that house. And I do think it's too big, and there's other, there's the standards that it's not conforming to, and just hard to imagine how we could approve that, or how I could approve that.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also say that I appreciate the detailing that you've added that does speak to the earlier house and some of the breaking up the coplanar walls. But as my fellow commissioners have said, the massing and context are just not making the case to me for approval. If you can give us other examples, please, show us and let us see how those apply to our standards. But this isn't it.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna reclose for deliberation. Do we have a motion? I think we have stated it in different ways.
I can take a stab at a motion.
Okay.
I move to continue this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the following standards. Context 6.1 to 6.4, massing 6.8, and accessory structures 8.10.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Do we feel like we've given the applicant some direction to return with? Okay. All right. Well, in that case, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
No.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, no. Vote passes 7-2. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the next application is 317 West Park. Is the applicant online? Great, thank you. Can we make sure?
Yes.
Hi, welcome.
Oh.
Right, Ms. Hill, have you been sworn in?
No, not yet.
Okay, that's the first step.
All right. And this is for anyone else who has not yet been sworn in. Please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
This project is at 317 West Park Avenue, and the proposal is to replace 7 original 6/6 wood windows with new vinyl windows with grids between the glass. The new windows will have the same grid pattern as the originals, and the original window openings will be made smaller to accommodate the new vinyl windows. Wood 2x4s will be installed to fill in the gaps between the top and bottom of the window frame, and the original wood trim will remain. The windows to be replaced are marked in the presentation with the red boxes. This application is an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits as if the work has not yet occurred. And Ms. Hill, you can go ahead and say what you'd like to say in support of your case.
If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, Ms. Hill first.
Nereida Hill and 317 West Park Avenue. The only thing that I wanted to say is that my windows, wasn't functional. I couldn't not open them or close them. And some of the glass was cracking. And that was one of the reasons I needed to change those windows. So, I wasn't aware of the Windows specification that it had to be the equal side to the original one. But that's most only thing I can say.
Ms. Hill, do you have video? Could you turn your video on?
Let me see if it's working. Doesn't seem to be working. It's not working.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any callers?
If you're calling for 317 West Park Avenue, can you please identify yourself?
You're talking about me?
Hi, Daniel. Are you?
I'm here for 319 Graham Street. Or
Okay.
no, I think I messed that up. 312 maybe.
Okay. We'll get to you soon.
All right. Okay, commissioners, questions for the applicant? Oh, yeah.
Hi, Ms. Hill. Thank you. The pictures that were supplied, of the window, sashes, were those taken by you after they had been
No.
removed?
Those were taken by code enforcement.
Oh, okay, okay. And when you say that they didn't open and close, did you have anyone come out and try to maybe like cut the paint off of them or do any repair work to them before you decided to remove them?
Because those were, like all windows. It's kind of like I don't know if you call it the wires. I don't know how to describe it, but those things wasn't working. So no matter what, you couldn't even open. But if you try to push it and open, you have to put, they couldn't stay open.
So they would open, but they wouldn't stay open.
Not all of them, maybe one or two, it was just, you would have to put a piece of wood in order for me to open and keep the window open.
Okay, okay. And the glass panes themselves, had you done any repair work on those and having the glass replaced?
No, some of the glass was cracking, and I will have to just, the window wasn't functional at all,
Okay.
I'd just like to add really quick. This happened some years ago, as you can see from the presentation. We got a report that this work was going on and code enforcement responded and issued a stop work order. And the window replacement was completed despite that stop work order.
Okay.
So I just want to make the commission aware of that.
Is somebody was working in there and stopped, and I wasn't aware of that.
So, Ms. Hill, I just wanted to back up and share that your home, of course, is in a historic district.
Mm-hmm.
And there are design standards that are enforced and we are charged to uphold as part of the home being in the local historic district. And windows in particular are really important historic character-filled elements of a home. So when we do something as drastic as make changes or want to make changes or want to make repairs to windows or other historic or character elements of a home, we have standards that guide us. And so we're here talking about windows, and particularly when windows are damaged, the expectation is that because they are so important, that there's repair before replacement. And so if we look at standards for windows on pages 4.12 through 4.14, the first item says retain and preserve windows that contribute to the overall historic character of a building, including frames, sash, glass, muntins, sills, trim, surrounds, and shutters. Ensure that all hardware is in good operating condition. Then I'll jump down to number 7, reconstruct missing windows based on old photographs, drawings, and existing windows in the house. I'll jump down to number 10, replace entire windows only when they are missing or beyond repair. So the onus would be that we would need to see evidence that windows are beyond repair and then move forward with a decision as to whether they should be replaced or not.
Mm-hmm.
Number 12, if only the original sashes are badly deteriorated, explore using sash replacement kits and retain existing wood window frames. This approach reduces potential damage to the surrounding interior and exterior historic materials. Number 13, maintain the original size and shape of windows. Very important in this situation because the size of the windows were changed. Also, this thin sash frames rarely maintain the overall appearance of historic sash. Number 14, match window replacements. I mean, I can continue to go on, but there are quite a few window-centric standards that we are beholden to. And so I think my fellow commissioners and I would be challenged with how we would agree or could approve a window replacement without seeing the condition of the windows to even be able to make a decision. And then the materials that were, the replacements that were used are not a material that is a historic material. And so we are very much challenged with how we could approve what is being proposed. Other comments? We'll go ahead and close. Go right ahead.
I would like to make a motion to deny this project for not meeting design guidelines. Move to deny this project because this project does not provide significant documentation showing the original windows are beyond repair. Under staff's direction, new replacement windows will be selected to match the original in design and material per standard HDC standards 4.14, number 1 through 8.
Can you also add, make sure I have the right thing, the facts that 7 on the staff analysis, we had a couple of facts for you.
Yes.
That 7 of the original 6/6 windows were replaced with 6/6 grids between the glass vinyl windows, and that the size of the openings were decreased to accommodate the use of smaller windows.
Sorry.
And I was also, if you could add number 10, number 12.
Sorry, I don't think I went up enough. Christy, where's the 6 over, oh,
In the staff analysis.
Page 3.
mm,
Otherwise,
Page
great
3.
motion.
There you go.
All right. Windows. So the 7 of the original 6/6 wood windows were replaced with 6/6 glass grid between glass vinyl windows. The size of all original window openings were decreased to accommodate the use of smaller windows.
And you're denying the removal of the original wood and changing the openings, right?
Yes, we're denying the removal of the original windows and changing the size of the openings.
Thank you.
Did you say add number 10?
I would. I think 1 through 8 is appropriate. I would, add number 10, that's replace entire windows only when they're missing or beyond repair.
And standards 4.14, number 10.
I would also do number 16.
Number 16.
And 19.
And number 19.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Elizabeth Lammy, who you've been working with, will be in touch about next steps. The next application is 301, 306, 308, 312 North Graham Street, and 420 West 6th Street. We have some applicants in the room with us. Sheldon, hi, and I believe Daniel Richard is with us online.
Yes, Richard.
Hi, Daniel. Is Andrew joining us too?
He's online.
He's online too. Okay. Daniel and Andrew, have y'all been sworn in?
I have not. No.
Okay.
All right. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. This next application is asking for a change to a previously approved project. It is for this project, everyone will remember, it's the big new construction in 4th Ward. And the proposal is a material change. The first material change is for the hardy panel that was approved at 7/16 inch. They're wanting to change to a 5/16 because the 7/16 isn't manufactured anymore. So since it is an alternate material, staff has to bring that to the commission for review. And then the other change is asking for, they were approved for aluminum clad doors, and they're asking for a fiberglass door instead. And those are on balconies, which brings us to the supplement, slides 16 and 17. So slides 16 of the supplement shows the elevations and the locations of the balconies. And then slide 17 also had an alternative wood door. So with that, Sheldon, over to you. If you would turn on the mic, state your name and your address for the court reporter.
All right.
And then we'll also have Daniel and Andrew state their names and addresses for the court reporter, please.
Sure thing. Sheldon Clark, 220 East Peterson Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28217.
Daniel, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. He's muted.
Yes, Daniel Richard.
And what's your address, sir?
Do you need my work address or home address?
Work is fine.
220 East Peterson Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28217.
Thank you. Andrew?
Andrew Irish, 505 20th Street North, Birmingham, Alabama, 35203.
Thank you. And we have samples for everybody. So I think what we'll do is we'll let Sheldon, does someone need to recuse? No?
No, but if they could turn on their cameras.
Cameras, yes, thank you. Thanks, Chair Hawkins. I think what we'll do is have Sheldon, talk through the request, and then so everyone can pay attention to him. We'll enter the exhibits. They're really large, full size for anyone joining us online. We have 3 full-size door samples, and we'll let the commission get up and take a look at those.
All right.
Sheldon, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Chair Hawkins. Thank you, staff, for having us again, returning to this ongoing project. Currently under construction right now. Some of the items that we're looking at are really just due to the construction process, particularly with the hardy panel, the change in thickness, with that not being available any longer, to go to what is the current size, 7/16 size, that is prevalent throughout the industry right now. There will be no perceived change in the construction of that material. What you see in terms of the gaps, trim work, the depth of the material is never perceived due to the way that it is trimmed out. So there will be no perceived difference. And where there had been previous concerns in the past over panel thickness when installed appropriately using the manufacturer's recommendations for backing materials for that, then it alleviates concerns over waviness or inconsistencies with the panel. So we're hopeful that that will be an easy approval. Going on to the doors, if we can go to the elevations, just so we can highlight where all of this is happening. So there are, oh, take the bike with me.
Thanks.
Okay. So you'll see that there are three patios that are at street level here. And then if we go down to here, there are the two indicated here. There's actually two more that happen here as this patio actually turns the corner. So there are only 4 on this elevation, 3 on the other elevation of patio doors that are actually going to be somewhere close to the ground plane, but they're still elevated up off of the ground plane. The rest of the patio doors are happening on the balconies, and you're going to only see them from 20 feet away. You cannot actually get up close. The public won't be able to get up close to those doors. All of that is to say that the actual design of the doors, when we were looking at going to the fiberglass door, just as when we look at other alternate materials, whether it's looking at hardy siding for wood doors or for wood siding, or if we're looking at other materials, we're looking at, are they dimensionally consistent to how they would be constructed if they were made out of traditional materials? Previously, when we looked at proposing a substitution on fiberglass windows, the difference really was that they're not currently making fiberglass windows that are consistent with the actual dimensions of traditional wood windows. When we look at the fiberglass doors, we're looking at the rails of the doors are consistent with dimensions. The thickness of the material is consistent with the dimensions of a traditional wood door. The other thing to look at is also, what are we looking at with the finished texture of the door? Is there something that you can actually discern that is different from a traditional wood door? Before we go up and you all take a look at the samples, what's relevant in terms of the design HDC design guidelines, 7.16, materials for new non-residential construction. Wood is preferred by the HDC guidelines, but fiberglass may be considered for new construction on a case-by-case basis. Again, the arguments for that would be it's not the primary entrance into the building. They're dimensionally consistent with wood. It's a high-quality material, and this gets to the maintenance aspect. The other alternative that would be there for us of doing a wood door, all wood door, would be a maintenance issue for this building. There are several hundred units in this building, and while the current owner is committed to the maintenance and the upkeep of the building, that they are not the forever owner of this, that this is an asset. And we want to make sure that what gets put and incorporated into the building and construction is something that is going to be sustainable from a maintenance standpoint, so that we're not dealing with issues of, swelling, being able to maintain the finish, other cracking and splitting that we would have with the natural wood door over time, and just the financial burden, but even not considering financial burden, but just looking at how is the building going to represent itself and represent the Fourth Ward Historic District 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line. The other thing is that it's visually consistent. at a distance, and we believe even coming up close to it, that they're pretty visually consistent with a traditional material. With all of that, we hope that you would approve this alternative material, being that it's not in conflict with any of the Secretary of Interior standards. My favorite standard, number 3, each property shall be recognized as a physical and consistent, as a physical, record of its time. Want to look at standard number 6, that gives us an indication that in the context of deteriorated historic features, that the design, color, texture, and other visual aspects of a material are what's important and takes priority, whereas the material being consistent is optional. And then on standard number 9, that new work shall be differentiated from old and be compatible with massing, size, scale, and architectural features. We believe that those things, we're not in conflict with any of those things. Everything else in terms of the standards is looking at actual rehabilitation and actual historic properties, which this is not a historic property. And that's it.
Do you want to label or tell us what these doors
Oh,
are?
yes, so they're labeled exhibits 1, 2, 3, from right to left. What we're asking for approval on is number 2. In the middle, our fallback would be for number 3, all the way at the left-hand side.
Okay, so starting with number 1, could you tell us what that is?
I was hoping you guys would want to take a look and see if you could figure out which is which.
No.
But number 1 is a traditional wood door. Number 2 is a fiberglass door, and it just has a different texture than number 3, another fiberglass door.
Yep.
All right.
Sheldon, can you tell us, we approved the metal clad. You told us why you were requesting the change in the siding, but did I miss it? Did you tell us why you were requesting a change in the door material?
So the change in the door material is primarily a budgetary concern to
Okay.
go from aluminum clad while we're in the midst of the construction process. Yes, the fiberglass was always going to be cheaper, but in the environment that we are in now, aluminum, steel, other products like that are increasingly more expensive to come by.
Okay. Thank you.
We have other questions. Let's all
Sorry.
take a little pause and go look at the doors. And then, it's okay. I just want to make sure everyone has the benefit of hearing what Sheldon has to say. And I would just ask, please don't talk amongst yourselves when looking. Just observe and we'll come back to the table.
All right. Everyone's back, so questions for Sheldon?
The fiberglass, I just want to clarify one more time because my memory is terrible. Number one is a wood door. Number two is a fiberglass door, what you're proposing, correct? And number three is
A fiberglass door.
also a fiberglass door, okay? And obviously number two has some sort of grain on it, correct?
Correct.
And that I would imagine is an option of the manufacturer. And there is not some sort of artificial grain applied to to option three.
Correct.
Okay, so that is an option, and all the other doors and windows on the project that you've not highlighted are the clad option, correct?
We have
Or not
storefront doors or, yeah.
Yeah,
the
not,
regular
excuse me,
concrete
not the clad option. What was approved as clad, rather. Okay.
Correct.
Kirsty or Candace, when we do, I know we have approved fiberglass doors in the past on rare instances and usually on new construction, not historic buildings, which is obviously is not. Can you elaborate a little on the instances where we do allow that? I think usually it's on a side elevation or not a primary.
Rear, staff does it all the time on like rear elevations for like a rear entry door. We've done it for, usually it's just like a single man door on a house. Nothing on the front elevations, nothing on like anything visible to the street. Granted, the pedestrian experience on a neighborhood sidewalk is maybe a little different than it would be on a in-town sidewalk where the entrance is like right up on the street. So, you know, I think location is really a consideration here, and maybe it's something different's required on the ground level versus upper levels that you're not having that experience.
Right.
Right.
For example, sitting at our distance here, I would challenge anyone to pick out the difference between, except for maybe the door with the grain on it, between the option 1 and 3 from this distance. Those street level doors, I would argue, that's beyond what we would typically approve. To me, that's a front door.
Correct. Yeah.
That takes me back to Brett Sturm. Remember during one of our retreats, he talks about how we can get away with a little more when we don't have a direct interaction with it on a day-to-day basis. But for those things that we're touching, we're feeling, we're seeing up close and personal on a day-to-day basis, we should hold true to the materials we use for those.
Absolutely. And I have just one more question while I have you. There's a transom shown on the third option over there on the wall. Does that necessarily reflect the transoms approved? Is that any sort of deviation from what was that approved size, size and all the other?
No, this was just the sizes that we were able to get for
Just staying with
samples. That's
this.
why they're all ranging in
Gotcha,
sizes.
okay.
It's-
So
the
there's no
material
changes
is the only-
there as was approved in this COA. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, just the decision to want to substitute the clad with the fiberglass. And you mentioned the maintenance, but are there other reasons?
Cost. So the cost of the individual unit itself. So there's.
And did you determine that there was reason to believe that the fiberglass would last longer than the clad if installed properly?
No, we're looking at in terms of what change we can make in order to still have the project be financially viable. It would be going to the wood or it would be going to fiberglass. And going to wood, it's a maintenance issue if we were going to go to wood.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
Is the difference between number 2 and number 3 the fact that there is wood grain on one and not on the other, or is there something other than that?
No, it's just the textural change. The texture happens to be more cost efficient, surprisingly, than no texture at all.
Thank you.
Great. If there are no other questions, we'll go ahead and close for deliberation. I think something Chris and Commissioner Barth and Commissioner Parati said, I think probably gets us to a motion. The pedestrian interest and engagement, I believe we should honor or adhere to historic materials.
Are we closed?
Yes, we're closed. You want to?
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Okay, we can reopen. We are now reopened.
sorry. I'm going to ask a hypothetical because we haven't made this, nobody's made this decision yet or comment or, whatever. So should we, do you have, say we, like backtrack here, if we don't allow those street level doors to be the fiberglass that you would prefer, what option would you pursue then? Just, out of curiosity. Would you default back to the original COA and what was approved, or would you want to do some sort of alternative?
I don't think we really have another alternative outside of.
So you default back to what was approved?
That's what I would look at. Andrew, are you able to speak towards, I think what you're asking is if you went through aluminum clad or wood or basically an approved material just for the ground floor?
Correct.
Yeah, just
Why are we? Yeah,
just for the
with-
ground floor, just for the ground floor, we would still maintain the aluminum clad.
Okay.
To maintain that street or the pedestrian experience.
Since we've approved aluminum clad, why are we debating between the historic material on those doors? Because it's either fiberglass or aluminum clad, neither of which are going to be historic. So personally, I would see, yeah, if it's going to last, and I would vote for the non-texture fiberglass, 100% for that.
I agree with Commissioner Whitlock because honestly, those fiberglass doors look better and more wood-like in terms of material than an aluminum clad does to me.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. I feel like we're having a conversation. Are you okay? Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Well, neither one of them are wood.
I don't think anybody's debating wood though.
I know, but what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
we already approved a non-historic material.
I think this goes back to just what traditionally as a governing body we have approved as for new construction and additions under our guidelines for
Gotcha.
these types of applications, what products we have approved in the past.
Okay.
And, I know I don't think we want to get into it. I mean, this is a totally different project than we're used to seeing, but, again, don't want to get into some sort of precedent setting situation.
Well, it all says case by case. So, yeah.
We're still open. Any other questions for the applicant before we reclose?
The windows are aluminum clad then?
Yes, yes.
Other questions before we close?
No.
Okay, we're now closed.
I think my only hesitation is if the detailing and how the units are trimmed out, connected, all of the above with respect to the varying product lines we have here. We're talking about, everything on this project is going to be aluminum clad with the exception of these examples. So on that main floor or the street floor, does that change how these windows are viewed? So
I would suggest that if the applicant wanted to have the material change on that first floor where it is visible and accessible to the public, they would need to bring us examples of the finish trim, the window trim, of how all of those materials interact. If, on the other hand, the applicant wanted to maintain the existing approved materials on that first floor but move to the fiberglass on the upper floors, I would have no problem with that.
That's where I'm with Commissioner Holtz. Not Commissioner Cameron, but Commissioner Holtz.
So I think we're talking about, we're willing to approve the proposed smooth fiberglass doors above the street level, and default back to the already approved COA products on the street level, unless the applicant comes back and shows details of how these products differ and how they're applied and all that sort of stuff, correct?
And then we would get ready for other applications that would request the same thing. So.
And I would say that we should be specific about where this alternative material would be used. Because I think it's showing third floor and above is because it's not, it's far enough away from the pedestrian experience. And that could be the reason why an alternate material is suitable, acceptable. Do you think this is going to help? We can reopen. Go ahead.
Sorry. Just being sensitive to that, I know you're talking about third floor and above, just to make sure it's not language that says third floor and above. There are doors that are, where are they? Okay. I just want to make sure that if we can limit it to above the first floor, I just want to make sure we didn't miss anything that's like weird on the second floor, that you're only talking about maybe changing the language around the first floor instead of saying third floor and up.
But that's not what we're saying.
Okay.
All right, we'll reclose. Someone has something?
I wonder if can I make a suggestion? Okay.
Yes.
There's a natural breaking point on the building with the, ground level, first two levels, and then you have sort of more of a podium situation. And that feels like a natural breaking point instead of the third level, which gets into those other different materials. So maybe it's maybe you could say something like in fields of brick, it's the aluminum clad, because then that covers you
Okay.
completely.
I think that's what Sheldon was suggesting. Thank you, Christy, for helping me hear it that way.
Which I think is technically the third floor, but I think
Yeah.
for language sake, I guess.
Well,
Right.
it actually helps us because then that speaks directly to our standards for fourth ward. Are we going to talk about hardy panel?
Yes, we should talk about that.
Are there alternatives to the 7/8 besides the 5/8?
It's 7/16 versus 5/16.
Did you want us to reopen? Staff and him?
Yeah. I
That's
think
actually a
so.
question for staff.
I have no idea. I think maybe that's a question for the applicant.
That would be something worth seeing in person, no? Yeah.
If it's not perceptive to to anybody, except if they're seeing a section through it, assuming that, you know, the engineers are saying that it's adequate, I don't see any issue there at all.
Yeah, it's also third floor up
Right.
too. Yeah.
So then we get back to, we're covered by the standards already on that.
Well, and I believe Sheldon said that there's a way that it gets installed so that there is no perceived depth
He did say.
variation. So it's
We
more,
usually ask our applicants to prove it, but it's the third floor and up, so I think we're still covered there.
Agreed. Okay. Are there other items? Those are the two, the doors, and the siding. Turn your mic on.
I understand the third floor and above, what we said about that, but I heard a little bit of difference on the doors on the bottom level. And because they are going to be different if we do a different material than the windows. So I just wanted to understand exactly what we were asking. Does that make sense?
I think or at least my comment was that the detailing, you know, parts and pieces of the door may be different from a clad product to a fiberglass product, how they're installed. You know, there's a whole host of factors. So because the doors proposed being replaced on the street level or the first two floors of the project have more pedestrian interaction, it's more difficult for us to get behind approving a condition like that without seeing those applications represented here in person. So I think what we're suggesting is we're willing to release everything from the, you know, above the podium or, you know, third floor and up, or above the brick platform and up. And should they want to come back and push the fiberglass in the lower levels again, we'd need more information.
Right. Do we have a motion to that effect?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, I move to approve this application with the following conditions on the siding. That is approved. On the doors, we approve the installation of the fiberglass doors without the wood grain above the brick area. So wherever there's no brick, that can be fiberglass, and where there's brick, it will remain the aluminum clad spec.
And some standards.
The doors, 7.14 and materials 7.16.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by?
Sorry.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes. Could you maybe state why you're allowing fiberglass in this particular instance? You know, noting the uptown location, the location of the building, all those things.
Yes, we're allowing the fiberglass doors above the brick area where it's not in the pedestrian view, and also for the reason of the maintenance and of these doors.
And maybe that this project is uniquely located in uptown as compared to a more residential setting.
And yes, and because of this, the location of this project being uptown and not a residential setting.
All right.
There, I don't know, I'm sorry if I missed it, but there is a standard that I'd love for us to get in there if we don't have it already that speaks to the third floor and up. So I will try and track that down. Maybe we could all help Commissioner Whitlock with that.
Seven 7.9, I believe, number 3. Oh, sorry, that's for scale.
Would it be covered under?
Yeah, no, it specifically calls out first, fourth ward.
That's it? 7.9, number 3? No.
Well, no, here, look. In fourth ward, the first 3 to 5 stories of new larger buildings should use scale reduction techniques such as different foundation materials, facade bay divisions, cornice lines, wall plane differences between bays, as well as larger storefront and entry features to relate to the pedestrian scale. I think we're covered that way.
Do you accept that 7.9, number 3?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, any further discussion on the motion?
Could you maybe, as part of it, just throw in context as a, because that's one of the reasons why you're approving it is the context. Yeah. And so that is 7.2.
And do we all also have Secretary of Interior standards?
Those are always wonderful.
Those
to
are
know.
always wonderful, 2.5.
Okay, and add Secretary of Interior's 2.5, and what was the other one?
Context 7.2 through 7.3.
Context 7.2 and 7.3.
I'm sorry, did you say, yeah, okay, 7.2 actually calls out Fourth Ward Historic District even more so.
All right, and accepted by you?
Yes, accepted.
Okay, all right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Do we want one more case? Do we want to break now? What do you? Break? Break? Okay. 10 minutes? 5:20?
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks, everybody.
Hello and welcome back to the April 9th HDC meeting. The next application is, oh, sorry. Yes,
The chair has an announcement.
the chair has an announcement.
So we will likely be losing quorum at around 6:30-ish. And so we want to make sure that we have enough adequate time for all of our applications. And so commissioners, considering that and what time it is right now, it looks like we probably won't get beyond the next couple of applications.
Number 12?
Number 12, yeah. So,
Okay.
does that seem reasonable to you all, considering? Okay.
So case 13 will start next month after consent agenda. So 13, 14, 15, 16 will be heard at the May meeting,
May 14th.
May 14th meeting.
Yes, for anyone in the room or online, we're so sorry, but we know some of these cases will take a considerable amount of time and want to make sure that they get the attention that they deserve and the consideration they deserve. So, commissioners, thank you for the heads up during our break on the quorum issue. Staff really appreciates having a little bit of lead time on that. And I know everyone else does as well. So with that, Candace, number 11, 1607 Dilworth Road West.
And I believe our applicant is online. Angie?
I'm moving over Jason and Angie.
Jason and Angie. Okay. Hi, Angie. So this project is
Has Jason been sworn in?
Jason, have you been sworn in?
I have not, but Angie's going to be doing the talking. I'm happy to be sworn in.
We can hardly hear you, Jason.
Oh, sorry. I said Angie's going to be doing the majority of the talking, but I'm happy to be sworn in if that makes it easier.
If you have anything to say, then we'll swear you in.
Yeah, I think Angie's going to handle it.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Okay. This project again is 1607 Dilworth Road West. The proposed project is a second-story addition on an existing side porch. The side porch will be expanded out, will expand from 10 feet 2 inches by 14 feet 5 inches to 10 feet 2 inches to 18 feet 10.5 inches. The existing patio and front covered porch are also being redesigned for this new two-story addition. Angie, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know where you'd like to start.
Sure. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. And thank you, commissioners, again, for hearing us on this one. This project has a little bit of history with the commission. I won't go into it because I know time is of the essence, but you guys have seen this project before in a previous rendition. And what we need to do here is there is an existing sunroom that is currently here now. I did provide documentation in here as kind of the evolution of this project. And if you can just slide through them very briefly, I will not go over all the details, but you know, the house, we were the ALB Architecture was the architect of record for Joel Fisher's house, which was the owner prior to Jason, and just provided some background information, some of the Sanborn maps, some of the original photographs, the history of this house. You know, it was owned by Jeff Huberman prior to Joel Fisher and his wife. So this is just a little background history of it. And so the porch that you see here in this Cottingham chalk slide, which is slide 14, you can see that there was a room on this side. There was a porch that went across, traversed the entire front of the house. There were some structural issues. So back in the 90s, Joel Fisher removed the front porch, changed that addition, changed the roof, did a renovation through the project. And you could see slide 15, him standing on the front porch. You could see that there's some changes made. So on the bottom right-hand slide of slide 15, you can see the current configuration where Lauren is standing in front of the house, and there's planters there because that front porch where you can see Mr. Fisher, Dr. Fisher standing there was removed. There were foundational problems, and that whole front porch was rebuilt in this. So slide 16, gives you again a timestamp, a history of the renovation. They extended the drive, which you can see in this photo. That porch that is in question of the project today is still back in its original condition. So it wasn't modified at this point yet. Fast forward to slide 17. Let's see. So slide 17's current condition as it is stands today. There is a Tudor-esque vibe to this house, as you can see. There's windows in the bottom that was an enclosed porch at some point in time. And what our project is, what we want to do is expand the porch, and there is a window in the top right corner just above the trellis. That window would become a door into a room, which is going to be basically a closet above the porch. So slide 17 is the site plan. Slide 18, excuse me. Slide 18, you can see its current configuration. Slide 19 is the proposed. What we want to do is expand the porch a few feet just to get a little bit more volume. Otherwise, there is no volume on this. Slide 19, slide 20. So what we want to do is take some of the design elements of what Joel Fisher did in the 90s and bring them to the front. So the half timbering detail with the clipped hip is a detail for the front porch. So there's a trellis there now. It is open air. It is currently an existing material on the floor. We're not changing any of that. And you can also see where there's stucco. So that foundation is what's currently there. So that is a parged foundation, and that's existing condition. That was the repairs that were done in the 90s. Slide 21. So we've gone through a lot of iterations with staff and kind of finding some of the best suited proportions. I know this went from a 2-story with a sun deck to 2-story with a walkout, and then now it is just a 1-story with a roof, and then basically that roof is expanded a little bit so that you can have access internally from that 1-bedroom window that's currently closed up. It is actually boarded up right now from inside. There is no view to the exterior. So basically adding that same stylistic half timbering stucco detail, expanding the base. So you still have the wood columns, you still have, I believe the word that was used was glassiness, the openness of the porch. And we just talked about porches on another project right before this, but still kind of having that reminiscence and that open porch vibe. We don't want to change any of that. We just want to make it a little bit bigger. So slide 22, you can see from the, this is from the rear. The dormers were previous project presentation. So, that was a couple months ago, it was approved. So what we want to do is just add a small shed dormer on the back, not creative, not too massive in this. So slide 23, there's no change of that side. The only thing you see is that little pergola trellis that went away and the new porch covered area introduced on columns. We were asked to provide some supplemental documentation for 3D modeling, which if you can go to supplements to kind of give you a very quick massing study for the perspective of all different sides. So from the front, left, right, and apologies for the crudeness of it, but just to give you an idea of kind of its overall massing. And with this, I just want to read something to you guys about a Tudor house. And this comes from the Field Guide to American Houses by Virginia McAllister, which I know everybody's familiar with this book. And specifically, it talks about a Tudor or a Tudor style. And this comes on page 455 of her book. And it says, in addition to the variety in materials and detailing, the picturesque and asymmetrical Tudor offers architects great versatility in floor planning. The house plans could rule the design rather than its being dictated by symmetry. The freedom allows rooms to be oriented in any direction and windows to be placed where needed. If allowed, simple inclusion of wings, only one room deep, rooms with 2 stories high, and wings placed at angles, and it allows studios, service rooms, and later attached garages to effortlessly incorporated into design. So I think that kind of defines this house in particular for Tudor, because there's so many different Tudor styles throughout Dilworth. And so this kind of gives you, again, a broad stroke of what this looks like in the, the explanation or the, oh my gosh, I'm at a loss for words. The description of this house on the National Register, it talks about how the gables are not the same pitch. They're asymmetrical. And I think there's something kind of unique about this house. There is another house in Dilworth as well. It's 1920 Dilworth Road East, and it's the Kilwick House. And that house is probably one of the closest houses to a porch or a gable dormer over a porch. And I'm not sure, Chrissy, if there's any way you can pull that up. It's 1920 Dilworth Road East. It is the historic Kilwick House. It's adjacent to 2000 Dilworth Road East, which is also another Tudor house. So there's like just a few blocks away from here. It's a very unique kind of Tudor vibe. And if you look at this particular house and its gable view, you have a room with bigger windows over what appears to be a porch. And if you wrote, yeah, this is perfect. Thank you. It does have in the description on the National Register, it also describes that there's shed roof across the front. It's offset to the side. And this, if you look at it, the unique part of this, it does have a really deep overhang, but the stucco is coplanar with the stud wall below it. It appears not to be. If you rotate its view to the back, you can see that there is a shed roof on the back. Now, this addition is not original to this particular house, but it has the same kind of vibe of what we're doing. So we were asked to provide a historic reference. This is as close as I can get because it's a 1-story with a half a story above it in context. So this is just a few blocks away, Dilworth Road East versus Dilworth Road West. So it's in its proximity. If you rotate the view across the street, right, you have the other Tudor house, which is 2000 Dilworth Road, the big Tudor. Keep going, rotate, keep rotating. There you go. So you've got another house there, which also has unique features. It's got a very steep roof, shallow pitch, engaged dormers, half timbering, coin corners. So it's a blend of Tudor-esque style, which is what I wanted to show as a comparison for different Tudor style. But 1920 is the absolute closest that I can come up with that has the very same features of what we're talking about. Now, this has a gable to the front. It is the front porch. It's offset, but nonetheless, it still has features that are very similar. So with that, I know this project has gone through a few rounds with the commission before, and I'm just gonna let you guys, ask any questions. I think as part of the staff analysis, you talked about windows and siding proportions. I think the windows do balance well with massing with the void space on the particular left elevation, as well as the front elevation with the dormer. The amount of stucco versus glass, I think, is proportioned. And so as far as the siding proportion, provide lap material detail. It is wood. It's currently wood lap siding now. It would be wood lap siding as well. Also, too, one thing to note, currently, if you look at where the boxing of the existing porch is, and there's the outriggers, they actually interfere with the windows. We are fixing that. We are actually, when we raise this roof, we're going to actually fix its overhang so that interior corner window would not have the rafters or the boxing that would interfere with that window. We'll provide column and porch details. We can work with staff on that. And then door and window materials, they would be wood. There are currently wood windows now throughout the house. We would provide wood windows, manufacturer TBD. And then it says window dimensions for window mullions. They're wood. We will provide exact material for that as well. So are you talking about the muttons or the mullions? You just pointed to, Candace, I'm sorry. In the staff analysis says.
Yeah, the mullions between.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it. Sorry. Yes. Okay.
Angie, can you also speak to if you're reusing this window or reusing the window that will be the door to the closet and replacing this non-original window to the left if you're facing the
yeah, so you're talking about like sash replacement. So the window itself stays. And so you could see that we dotted in that window in the proposed elevation. If we do need to replace sash for sash, I don't think that would be an issue. I think if that was a condition of the approval. So
the question is if you're going to reuse the existing historic window in the new space to replace the non-existing window or non-original window.
So that window actually has been there quite a long time. I think it was there in the Joel Fisher days. And it is just 1/1. And even if you look at some of the original photos, but to answer your question, the window sash could be replaced. I don't know that I would replace the unit because then you're replacing brick, but
just
sash
the
for sash.
Yes, no,
I'm sash for sash.
Yes, I'm just trying to clarify if you are intending to replace this 1/1 window.
So we were not originally intending to, but that's why it's dotted in below. So it was an option. If we were to replace it, we could reuse that sash.
Okay, that's the answer. Thank you.
Okay.
And then just for the commission to be, as you know, at the January 8th, 2025 meeting, the commission did approve the dormers on the main house. It looks like we have a couple of unknown callers, one unknown caller. Caller, if you're calling for 1607 Dilworth Road West, could you please state your name? Okay, over to you.
All right. Questions for the applicant? Yep.
Hey, Angie, I just had two questions about the roof lines. The new ridge that is being proposed, tying back into the house, it's being shown very, very close to the existing attic vent. Is that something that you will be able to address because you really need to maintain 4 inches of flashing? And right now, the way that it's drawn, it's very engaged and you're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, so once we get into the construction documents, also to kind of preserve that row lock underneath that gable vent.
Yeah.
And it is right now, I know it's not evident, but the roof pitches are ever so slightly, so that we were trying to get underneath that point, but it would be addressed in the construction documents for sure.
Okay, thank you. And then on the front, where the new roof's gonna go over the porch, replacing the pergola, would you just speak to, your choice of the clipped gable, on the front there? And why
So,
you felt like that was the best roof line?
so because it actually paid homage to Joel Fisher's clipped hip. So it was a 90s move. It was not original, but you could see above that half timbering that it was that an element that we felt we could use. We don't have to, because obviously the ridge wouldn't change, but it was a nod to taking the side of that porch and moving it to the front.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Angie, it's Kim.
Hello.
I am just trying to work through this. You know, we are charged with maintaining the integrity of the historic characteristics of not only the neighborhood, but each individual home. And I'm struggling with seeing how this project does that with this particular home. Having said that, I'd love for you to be able to speak to it because another one of our standards says attempt to attach new additions or alterations to existing buildings in such a manner that if such additions or alterations were to be removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the building would be unimpaired. I'm having a challenge understanding how that would happen because I do think that even though this has definitely moved in a more positive direction from any of the other applications we've seen on this particular house, it still impacts the historic characteristics of what is currently there.
Sure. So I would encourage you to go back to the Sanborn map, right? Which is the map that we use to understand where the original house was. And you could see on here, which is where the little number 1 is, that original porch was right there. It is not what you see today at all. So that original porch is gone. I don't know what happened between this and the time that Jeff Huberman had it, but that porch is gone because that was extended beyond where this Sanborn map shows it right now. So as far as the original house, if that whole porch was removed, that original house would still be intact. So if that whole thing were to go away, so because that porch, and there's also evidence of this, Kim, I think we provided some of this in the last round with everyone, that we have photos of the foundation under this porch is not original. It is poured in place concrete on top. It's a floating pan of concrete. So there's nothing original left about the original porch. So I'm not sure. Yeah, that
Yeah,
original.
I get that. So to that point, let's couch that for a moment. Now we have a 2-story structure that's attached, like excuse my analogy, like an ear to the house, right? And so it changes the face of the house when you put that there. And granted, I know this is a corner lot and, the applicants need space. And I believe, if memory serves, a closet, because that room doesn't have a closet. But we're also getting rid of sacrificing a historic window on, because it's a corner lot, a primary facade for it. So, this will come up in deliberation, I'm sure, someone will bring up something that maybe challenges that, but while we're open and you can speak to it, do you not see that whether that porch was, that porch as it is right now is historic or not? We have a 2-story side addition on this building that changes the look of it.
So while I think it does alter, you said that takes away the window, but the window is going to be a door. So again, if this were knocked down, that window would be restored as where the door is, if you're swapping a door for a window. So we're not moving anything internally either, right? So we're using existing openings. So that's one way to rehab it back to its original. If you were to completely remove this porch, some of the other homes that are in Dilworth as well, even on Dilworth Road East, Berkeley, they have 1-story porches. I don't know what the roof configuration would have been, but this already had a gable added to it at some point in time. So as far as its massing, its scale, I look at this and I see balance, right? I see this as being right side heavy, not left side heavy, right? There's also proportions, right? So you have the right side, the center core, and the left. And to me, when I rotate this, even in 3-dimensional view, and I look at it from not just this side, because there are 3 sides to this house, because it is on a triangulated lot. It's not just a corner lot, it's 3 sides. And when you look at this from the, the Catholic school side, which is east, west, you could see from, if you reverse this 3D view, please, from the driveway side, and there's another view. This is just an aerial. So if you look at it from the driveway side, keep going. Sorry, slide. Yeah. From this side, what we don't show here is the retaining wall. This side, the scale looks very much in proportion. And this is just as much a front as the Latta Park side. And so I personally, I think of this and I look at this and I go, wow, this is actually much smaller than it could be. And you have you have an intersecting cross gable, right? You have the gable in the back, gable on the side, and then you have a gable on the front. Whereas I think this addition really does minimize its view. And not only is it going to be a closet, it's also an office, by the way. So it's not just a closet. But, one of the things in talking through with staff was to make sure that we had the openness on the first floor, and having that openness also still kind of gives you that same porch vibe. And I refer you back to 1920 Dilworth Road East, the example that I just showed before. If I'm just going to make an assumption, if that had come before the commission today, you would probably say the same things that you're telling me now. And yet that is original 1926, if I'm not mistaken. And so, that structure, and you look at that and you go, wow, that's a big, big room with big windows over a porch that's got real skinny little windows. If I can ask you to go back to that one again too, please. So, you look at its side view and you look at even the proportions of the window on this elevation. You have one big window in the center on the bottom, and you've got 2 flanking windows on the side, which clearly was a porch because you have the same windows on the front and the back. And then you've got 2 big windows standing above it, which are much bigger. And in today's standards, those windows would be just a little bit too big for the windows on the first floor. So I see this kind of in the same proportion. I also see that little window that's tucked into that fireplace, and how that roof engages with that window. So there's a lot of little features, and these are all historic features. These are not features that are, somebody came up with today, because in the description, this is exactly what was there. And so I see it as a complement to the house, not, something that is like a troublesome addition to it, or a forced addition.
Mm-hmm.
If that
Thank
answers
you.
your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you, Angie.
Other Other questions for the applicant? Yep.
My, the one thing that struck me as odd was that the porch on the left side now comes out toward the street more than the front door porch. And I thought that was a bit odd. Can you tell me why you made that choice? I understand that's where the pergola was, but this porch is much more substantial.
So it is the extension of the porch that was done at some point in time. It is, again, not the original front porch based on the Sanborn maps. And having cover there, again, is a nod to probably the previous owner, which is the Dr. Joel Fisher. And having the columns there, again, is reminiscent, trying to keep some of the features there. And because it's open, I don't think it takes away from the front door. And, you know, as you're driving down this Dilworth Road, you actually, this is such an iconic house. It sits up high on the hill. I don't think it takes away from the features. I think it actually, you know, it calls you to this house. I don't think you go, oh, look at that porch. I think you're going to go, oh, look at that porch. I think there's a different perspective of that. But definitely trying to keep the same vibe that what was there. You know, and same roof pitch, same, you know, there's a lot of things that we're trying to keep that are the same without competing with the front. You know, there's a beautiful stained glass door at this front of this house that was, again, approved back in the 90s. You know, I don't think there might be an actual photo of it, but it's a beautiful, that's not it. There's a beautiful stained glass door. I think it's reminiscent of the Tree of Life. There it is right there. So, you know, don't want to hide anything there. That porch does not have any cover, but a lot of tutors did not. You've got some really interesting windows. You know, you've got little round windows. There's so much beauty in this house.
I agree, and that's why I thought it was a little odd to bring the covered porch on the left side so far forward.
Well, it's the four corners that are there, and so trying to use the existing foundation for that.
Other questions?
I'd like to add to that because I was just thinking in my mind, you know, if that roof was not on the front of that addition and then Commissioner Holtz just happened to say it. I feel like it's very inconsistent. And when we have something that's not consistent with the type of architecture, we don't necessarily put something back just because there was something there. Usually we request that it become more in compliant. And my question was, if that big roof with these funny columns that don't match the style of the house wasn't on there, would we be having as much of a conversation about the massing and size of this addition and the impact of it on the historic house? So I agree with Commissioner Holtz full-heartedly. I think that is just an odd duck kind of plopped up there.
To further extend the point, I feel like the plan that you've offered of reusing the window in moving it from where the door would be to the other space, that makes a lot of sense. I have no problem with the massing or the scale, except for that front addition. It just seems that I understand the design choice. I think it distracts from the character of the house in a material way.
So if I may add, not that I design on the fly, but from what I'm hearing is if this porch was not, it could be covered, just doesn't need to be a gable or a clipped hip roof, would still, if we were to rework the front porch, would that, you know, or take that out of the equation for now, right? And you're just looking at the addition, I know it's part of what you're seeing, but if it is something that could be restudied, only that porch, would that, and I'm not asking for staff to review that, I understand that, but is that something that, still fits within your ask,
That would
Commissioner?
help me. That would help me. That would help me. The addition, the part that's connected to the house, I'm comfortable with that and the way it fits with the rest of it. It's that heavy porch covering that I feel is really just at odds and conflict with the rest of the house.
Unfortunately, Angie, I don't think that there should be a covered element there based on the architectural style of the house at all. So I don't know that a restudy of a covered porch would be appropriate. I mean, Tudors just didn't, if they had porches, they were integrated more architecturally, and because of the projection of it on the facade, it just takes away from the house so much.
Yeah,
So I would
you know,
like
it
a
has a
restudy.
trellis there right now. It has a trellis front and back. It is a feature of the existing house. It is there. There's also trellis outriggers on the back.
But again, just because it's there doesn't mean that it,
Understand. Understand.
we try to go back into compliance. And as far as I know, that style of pergola or trellis is not something that we would normally see with a Tudor style house anyway. So I would like a restudy. I feel like I mean, you do such a great job at, working these projects. And I feel like what you've done with the structure for the sunroom and the addition on the second floor is so improved. I appreciate your efforts. But there's just something that's still not right. And the more I think about it, that porch is just very hard to process.
Okay, let's keep the conversation going. Does anyone have any other questions for the applicant?
Hey, Angie, I'm curious, I'm sorry if I missed this. Your proposal is to retain, are those the windows on the addition on the first floor? Are those the existing, are you reusing what's already there? Or
No, no, on the porch?
Yes.
No, they're really not good windows.
Okay, so these are new 1/1.
Correct.
Is your proposal?
Correct. They're a little bit wider. It looks, I think there's 6 inches between each window, but they are wider windows and they're going to be wood windows.
Okay, thanks.
I'd like to thank Commissioner Holtz. That was going to be my comment. And honestly, Commissioner Holtz and Wojcik have been doing a great job talking about this front porch addition. To briefly add to it, because I know we've kind of beat that one to death, I'm not sure that I would approve that in any form. I think the trellis concept was, we wouldn't approve that today. That was completely incongruous for the architectural style and for this particular house. From my perspective, it detracts from the front door of the house and the main entry point. So, I'll kind of leave it at that. My one question for you though, Angie, is Candace, or Christy, if we could go to the side elevation. There's a window in the gable there. I love love the nod to the half timbering in the previous edition. Typically though, when we have, a window and a gable like this paired with the half timbering, there's some headering off and that sort of thing. I'm not sure the timbers are usually interrupted in this fashion. Can you speak to that a little bit and if there's some wiggle room there from your perspective?
You're talking about the circular window, the half round or so window?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Typically there would be like a header piece or something, to interrupt that rather than having it just sort of start and stop the half timbering part of it.
It is again trying to look at what was original to us, which is this detail. In this particular case, I think it missed the bottom or the vertical half timbering, so it was interrupted by it. I can also provide historic detail of round or circular windows and arched half timbering. So it is not a detail that's just newly created. It is something that we looked at and studied. The circular window is also in the front of the house. There, I believe there's 3. So it is a window that is used. So we just repeated this basically. So.
Okay. Yeah, I think my sort of ask would be, you know, and again, my focus here isn't necessarily on the half round window. It's on the language of the half timbering paired with this piece of fenestration. You know, if
Okay.
I would want to see some historic examples like you're expressing that you're open to, just for how that's sort of formulated, how it starts and stops, that sort of thing. But again, I echo some of Commissioner Holtz and Wojcik's comments. You know, I think this is a fairly eloquent handling of the porch addition, and again, that piece in the front, I just don't agree with. I apologize for that, but that's how I feel.
All right. Other comments or questions before we close for deliberation?
I just have one question. On the front elevation, there are 2 windows. They're 2 paned and then 6 over 6. And it looks like you're going to switch those out in the proposed.
So we are not at this point. That is something that I would work with staff on. It is not in the application right now. That was just dotted in as an option. We are not proposing that now at this point. So again, if you look at even, if I can, and I don't want to take up too much more time, but if you want to look at some of the photos where Dr. Joel Fisher's standing there, you could see, and even in the historic Huberman photo, it's there, like it's just a 1/1. Yeah, right there in the Cunningham chalk image, slide 14. It's just 1/1. It's been there since the 70s. So we were not planning on changing them, but I wanted to see what it would look like if we did.
All right. Other questions before we close for deliberation?
Just a quick one along that same vein. If you go back to on the supplement 21, that elevation, so the side lights to the doors, you show having a,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and then on the elevation, you show them as just single.
Yeah, that was an error. There's no lights there because that was one of the things in discussion with staff is we wanted them open, no grills on the porch. So there was nothing there. So the 3D model is just for the massing, not for the fine details. So
Thank you.
All right. Let's close for deliberation. Commissioners, I think I guess we can survey everyone. Does anyone have a different opinion about the addition on the side porch? Or is everyone in agreement that it's an element that you're having difficulty with? Right where her cursor was circling, right there?
That part, not
Mhm.
because the other part is a porch technically too. It used to be a porch. Are you talking about
What used to be?
where she's adding the second floor? Or are you
No.
talking about only the porch?
I'm starting with the porch where she was circling that addition, where the trellis used to be.
Just the reason I ask is because often we think of the back section also as the porch. So I just wanted you to clarify it. I understand it, but it's,
Yeah. Yep. The covered porch, does that help?
So it sounds like, Chairperson Hawkins, uh, there are two parts. I think that we are, it sounds like, okay with the addition. However, we're not okay with the covered porch. With it remaining as a trellis, it's that whole, once you touch it, you have to bring it into conformity, that, make it less. It sounds like this is a continuation or maybe a two-parter. I don't know how you all feel about splitting the addition out from the covered porch.
I think the windows are gonna change when the roof comes off.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so a continuation for a restudy of the covered porch. How do you all feel about the actual two-story addition on what was the sunroom?
I think it looks good.
Given the scale of the rest of the house, it's a fairly large house. And you see on these tutors and houses in this neighborhood too, where there is a, and this is only a story and a half too, versus other versions of this application we've seen. I think it's proportional and it's secondary enough to the rest of the main structure that it's fine in my.
I think it's very well done. I love the idea of using the window as a door into that area and repurposing the panes.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right, so then it sounds like the fly in the ointment, so to speak, is the covered porch. For reasons of context, it is incongruous with the Dilworth neighborhood. It is incongruous with the style, the Tudor style. And the roof form is not compatible with the rest of the house. Is that it? Yeah.
I also agree with Commissioner Barth that the fenestration and the board and batten detail on that side gable just needs some thought.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what standard would you point to, Commissioner Lineberger?
May staff ask a clarifying question while you look up that standard?
Hmm?
Is to better help the applicant, is the commission okay with the open air projection of the front porch and not the covered area, or you're looking for this whole bump out to be removed?
I'm okay with the front porch floor system to stay. No columns, no roof.
Okay. Is that everyone?
Yeah, that's fine with me. This
The
it's
reason
the
I'm
roof.
asking, because it's also going to change this door situation.
Right, if there was nowhere for them
If
to
there was
walk
no,
to.
yeah, if there was no, nothing to walk out onto, this would not be a door, it would be a windows.
I feel like the porch, just the floor system seems appropriate. I know we've seen it in Dilworth. I know typically it's on more of a colonial style house. But it does engage to the front yard, which is something that we like, in general. So that is the reason why I suggested floor system, no column, no roof.
Candace, that terrace, if you will, used to extend all the way across the front from the old pictures. Was it removed at some point?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
for the foundation issues that Angie explained at the beginning.
Okay.
And well, just while we're talking about, it seems like most commissioners are fairly in agreement about the proportion of the side porch, second floor, and the shed dormers on the front and the back. Just as one commissioner, I I think from my take, it's not compatible with the original architecture of the home to have a front and a back shed dormer on that side projection. It seems incongruous to me personally, and not necessarily aligning with the standards. But I just wanted to go on record as saying that.
Is there a different type of dormer that would typically be on this?
Yeah, I'm not, like when in looking at the Tudor style in our standards,
Mm-hmm.
you see side projections that are porches or, fully enclosed rooms, and there's a half story above it. But you don't see a shed dormer across the front or the back. In this case, we have a previously approved shed dormer across the third floor of the house. So for consistency, I could see a shed dormer across the back of the porch, the side porch, but on the front, it strikes an odd note to me stylistically and proportionally.
I think that it's part of the reason that they're doing the project to have this. They're trying to use this window and not cut into the building anymore. And so if you eliminate this front dormer, you eliminate their access into whatever this new space is going to be. And they're going to have to puncture in somewhere else, which is
More
this is a fireplace right here. So there's not really any other options at this time, and keeping without adding more puncture to the structure. This is
No, I
probably the
appreciate it, and
best.
it would impact the reversibility. Yeah,
Yes,
so
correct. Yep.
yeah, understood.
And also, Angie did submit some good context houses that did have shed roofs. Even I get where you're saying shed might not be super traditional for a Tudor, but we do have examples of it that it does exist. So we do have context for it.
I was going to say the same thing, that I think that was a great example that Angie presented with us of a historic house historic Tudor that shows a lot of those details. That helps her argument for sure.
Well, we got you on record. Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. All right.
I have one more thing. Going back to the now not covered porch. In the old pictures, to your point, it goes all the way up to the front door. So wouldn't it make more sense to do that, or at least restudy it to see what it looks like? Because the one, a Tudor I can also think of on Berkeley has a terrace across that section of the house.
I don't think we can, that's not part of their scope of work, like their request. And I don't think that we can add.
We can't make them change, like expand their work.
Well, I'm saying we're gonna break out it into two different things, if we absolutely study the uncovered.
So the uncovered porch is already there.
In 626.
The uncovered porch is, so they took off the long porch. Yeah, go to an existing, the uncovered porch is already there. They're not planning at this time to connect it, and we can't ask them to, make that connection if they're not planning that as part of their project. I agree, it would be more in keeping with a Tudor, but that's not what they're asking for right now.
Right.
It sounds like this is a continuation no matter what, because if we're going to restudy the left side board and batten and fenestration, then that also deals with the addition. I just need a standard for why we're doing that.
The board and batten.
Mm-hmm.
The closest one I think I can find here is 6.20, number 6, which is make sure that the design of a new addition is compatible with the existing building Tudor style. The new work should be differentiated from the old, will be compatible with its massing, form, scale, directional expression, roof forms, and materials. So I guess it's materials, foundation, fenestration and materials. So
Okay, that's
that's
perfect.
the intersection of the fenestration with the board and batten.
Okay, so then I would like to make a motion to continue this application for a restudy of the left side elevation of the addition to the sunroom. We want to study the board and batten and fenestration on that side according to our standard 6.20, number 6. We'd also like to either restudy the makeup of the covered porch and/or have the covering removed and have it be an open porch. According to standards, I would say 6.20, as well as Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion?
Friendly amendment that is not board and batten, it is half timber framing design.
Accept it.
trim.
Thank you, Commissioner
Accepted.
Wojcik.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern? Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to continue passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Angie.
Okay, our next and final application for this evening is 321 West Park Avenue, and I believe the applicants are in the room. Okay, this application is a rear addition, a rear addition and an upper level addition that raises the main ridge approximately 3 feet 6 inches. The existing deck and rear addition will be removed. This project is wider and taller, and typically in the past, the commission has told the applicants to choose one or the other. The application provides, yeah, I did. For anyone who didn't hear me, 321 West Park Avenue is the address of this project number 12, the final project for this evening. The applicant provided a zot wall on slide 6, context on slide 7, existing details on 8, and then site plan and architectural set starting on slide 9 through 17. Hello, ladies, have you both been sworn in? You have not. Okay, so we need to be sworn in.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay. If you'll turn on your mic, and then both, we need full names and addresses from each of you.
Karen. And just before you start, just let the record show that Commissioner Barth is leaving the meeting.
At 6:22. Thank you.
Aaron Barton, 2025 Dartmouth Place.
Ashley McDonald, 321 West Park Avenue.
Okay, if you let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
So, I turn around. This is a small, obviously small bungalow in Wilmore. And what we're proposing is a second floor, and we're trying to be as conscientious as we can to get the second floor in. So what we've decided is to push back as far as we can toward the rear of the house before we bring up a cross gable with a clipped gable on both sides to mimic the front hip roof, but Again, pushing it far enough back that we're hoping the commission will allow us to go back up and wider. So we have some context photos of it, and obviously the Zatwell survey shows it in elevation. I will say, I think our perspectives are much more a better illustration than like the pure front elevation of what we're proposing. Yes, so you can kind of see how we're matching the roof pitches, we're pushing everything towards the back and using the existing bump out to the left there, that's our kitchen bump out, and using the slope as we come up from there. I guess if you go to the plans and elevations, right. So main floor plan, slide 11, you can see where we're pushing back. Yeah, so we're coming back and out towards the right, to the right side setback line. But we are pushing in at the end of the traditional end of the original end of the house. We are offsetting in on the top and the bottom before we do the addition towards the back of the house. And then if you look at the second floor plan, you can see that the second floor of this is pushed back from the house as well, trying to get a look of the roof continuing instead of that like pop the top kind of feel. We're trying to avoid that at all cost. And I think if you go to the side elevation slide, I think 15 is the rear. You can see we're trying to keep that new cross gable as low as we can. We're only raising it 3 feet 6 inches above the existing main gable. So trying to stay under that 4 foot kind of, goal that I've tried to keep to in the past, and really keeping the scale of this as small as we can. So do you have anything else you want to add, Ashley? Okay. So that's our.
Okay, we have unknown callers. We just have one unknown caller. Caller, if you're calling for 321 West Park Avenue, can you state your name? Okay.
All right. I know this will come up in deliberation. Can you speak to the way that the addition is added to the home, typically added to the back? Is there some kind of lot constraint that you have? Is the reason why you're going up instead of just back?
So there's not a lot constraint. There is a function constraint. And I think if you look at the floor plan of this house, for what we wanted to add, it's a single loaded house, and it became so long that visually from the side, if we just added to the back, it looked like a trailer. So I think for proportion of the whole house itself, I felt like the massing going up a little at the back was a better trade-off than just making this like a long skinny mass along the site.
But there's scale reducing architects or builders, please help me. There are ways to, I guess, break up the massing to make it not look like a long trailer.
That there
so
are,
to speak.
there are.
Because to me, visually, it just looks like you attached another home on the back of it, and it's pretty massive in appearance. So I was just wondering whether you had some kind of lot constraint going backwards that was causing the decision to go up, but.
So no, and then I would like to add functionally, when we stack all these rooms, because it's a pretty narrow lot, stacking the rooms did not give them the function of, they needed additional bedrooms. So just having more and more bedrooms limited their ability to go out the back of the house without going through bedrooms. So it was a function of what my clients have asked for their program, as well as trying to stay within a massing. I will disagree. I don't think it's very massive, hugely massive at the back, especially relative, but this is, us trying to be as low, stay with as small a scale as we can, but also get a second floor for what, their family needs are.
Okay. Commissioners, questions?
I'm just surprised that you brought this to us, given how at odds it is with our standards, on the face of the standards. It's wider, it's taller, it's visually overwhelming from the front elevation alone. I'm just surprised to be seeing this. Our standards are quite clear, and this seems to be at odds with our standards on numerous points.
I would never bring something here that I did not stand behind and think would fit into the historic district. And obviously I want to try to please, our clients that for what they want. And I feel like where we did go wider and we did go taller, we did it in a way that was consistent to the style of the architecture and trying to keep the scale down while still meeting the program requirements of the project. I think, reading the design guidelines and also, speaking with the staff before this, they did express these concerns. And I think what, Ashley and I wanted to do is get some specific feedback from you that, can we put a second floor on this? And is that the answer? Is it like, no, you just can't, like, there's no way to do that? Because I feel like putting a second floor on this house, this is the best way to do it in the smallest way that I thought would have a chance of being approved. And so our hope is that we would get feedback that says, either that or some other, I understand there are plenty of houses that apply and the commission says, no, there is no way we are ever going to approve a second floor to this house. And so part of that for us was a fact-finding mission.
And if I may, I would say that it's not our responsibility or frankly appropriate for us to do the design work for you.
And that's what I'm asking.
So what I would suggest is that while I understand you as an architect were trying to respond with the program, that's not what we do. What we do is we look at the standards and the context of the neighborhood and respond to that.
Right.
So as Commissioner Hawkins was saying, barring any other constraints or any other extenuating circumstances, I'm really not sure how we could proceed with hearing this unless you gave us a lot more information that would compel us to give an exemption to this or an exception to this.
I'm not exactly sure exactly which standards.
I can help you with that.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
So
let me respond to that. That would be helpful.
actually it's chapter 6. And I was in chapter 7 on additions, but let me get to chapter 6 for additions. All right, here we go. So 6.20, number 3 says, let's start with number 1. Attempt to locate the addition on the rear elevation so that it is minimally visible from the street.
Okay.
That's the first one. Limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building. Number 3, attempt to attach new additions or alterations to existing buildings in such a manner that if such additions or alterations were to be removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the building would be unimpaired. So that's the reason why I asked, were there lot constraints? Because I would have a difficult time understanding how you could remove what you're adding and the original building be unimpaired.
Okay.
So those are the standards. Okay. I'm sure there are more, but just a starting point of what we're referring to.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
I have a question. Yep. So, I think we're going to ask you to do a restudy. And so one of the things that I think would be super helpful when you come back with that is just context, right? So what other examples of historic roof lines would facilitate and kind of be precedent for the direction that you're going. And I know you know scale reducing techniques and you know all of those wonderful things, but you know, a dormer instead of a two-story wall has a huge impact, which you've used in some places, and I know you're combining them. You know, the clipped roof is great because you're already dealing with the hipped roof. So you're using a lot of the things that we ask for. I just think because you're going up and wider and back, that those types of things are harder for um, the commission to process in general. I'm just looking at the overall design, and I know that you've got some attic space that you're not necessarily utilizing, but it works well with the program in terms of how you were dealing with the roof. So I do think that you will definitely come back with a successful reevaluation. But I think the biggest is going to be width, height, depth. So just overall massing of the addition with the existing structure. And it's just hard to do a two-story addition on a one-story house.
It is.
So I feel like that would correlate directly to what Commissioner Hawkins, you know, just suggested, if that's at all helpful.
It's very helpful, and thank you. And also thank you. And I think what I'm really trying to process, we do have a few historical examples, and I think we did have the one house that we sent, it was on the Tremont, we sent it in the supplement, that kind of shows the cross gable at the back of the house that comes up, and it didn't even have the clipped gables, which I feel that we did actually helps. So, I don't know if we'll be able to get it up.
Slide 31 of the supplement. And I think maybe the difference is like the height and massing of the second level. But sorry, commissioners.
Yeah, so I was gonna point you to another standard, 6.9, which is height and width. I would say take a look at that. The preamble reads the actual size of a new building, and since this is the fact that you're changing, altering a building, can either contribute to or be in conflict with the historic structures in a historic district. Height and width are two primary considerations for making buildings fit within the context of a historic district. So just considering that you're going up and wider, we can't ignore that.
Right.
And we need to understand, to Commissioner Wojcik's point, we need to understand further context. I mean, one home, but in the immediate context, where are you deriving that example from?
So like other examples, I think this is probably our best. I should have led with this, but I think in the difference here, it sounds like they're not going wider. So maybe that is why it was approved, is that it went back and up, but not wider.
It's that, and it's the very minimal increase to the height. You can see there, Candace, if you zoom in.
Yeah, what is that dimension? I'm curious.
Yeah.
It's 2.
And
yeah, it's 2.0. Okay.
It's like 2 feet. It's pushed really far back.
Yeah.
And then they have like just, you know, a dormer off of the rear.
It doesn't have the continuing of the, yeah. Okay. No, that's super helpful. And I think I understand. I hear what you're saying about more historical context. I think
hip roofs are hard.
I was just going to say hip roofs are so hard. And getting hip roofs to be high enough to actually have usable space above them is really, really the trick. So I know I can do it. I just need another chance. So, yeah. I think the other thing that I wanted to talk a little bit to the commission about is if we do go back and continue going back, is there, I mean, if we don't go wide and we go back, has there ever been any restriction? I'm like, oh, it's too far. You know, oh, you've gone too far back. Like I couldn't find anything that would limit that other than obviously, you know, building setback stuff. But is that not
It's a proportion.
Okay. Oh, and that's a good
It's a
answer. And I understand that.
fenestration.
Okay,
It's,
good.
yeah, I mean,
Okay. In my mind, it was too far. So that's proportion wise. I just thought, well,
And if
Okay.
you probably think it's too far, then that's probably a good.
that's why I didn't do it that way. Okay,
But,
thank you.
But it's worth exploring, I would
Oh, yeah.
definitely say explore your options
Mhm.
because, offsets to the existing historic structure, you already know, those are big in terms of designation, existing versus new.
Right.
And then the reversibility and fenestrations, just general proportions and
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
Yep, I think we're going small.
I think it would be helpful to your first drawings, your sketches
Mm-hmm.
are great. And I think adding a perspective to your other drawings would be really good
Oh,
as well.
Like of all the sides. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
I think that's
good.
really helpful
Yeah.
because you come down to the elevation and the elevation just looks so stark, just looking
But in
at the front
in 3D
elevation
perspective.
and it's hard to see that that's set back where it is.
Right.
So it makes it look, that's where I think the mass and the scale feels really strong to a few people.
And I know.
And I think that's why, but also frequently we've seen drawings with a sight line, from if it is set back, there's a sight line from the street. So there's from a person's view from the sidewalk.
Right. Like
if-
this is what you
if,
see. You don't
the
see that
further
far back
it
there.
is,
Okay.
the better. And that's a good argument. And see, you don't get that from just the elevation sometimes. So.
And that was my hope was with those front renderings, but that's even a better idea. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. I think we know what needs to happen, so we're gonna go ahead and close for deliberation. Commissioners, again, I think we know what should happen here. It's sounding like a continuation.
I would like to continue this project and request a restudy as it is incongruous. Did I say that right? With the design standards, we would ask the applicant, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to go back to staff notes, to restudy for context, massing, height and width, scale and roof form. And
I think we should keep it high level, Commissioner Wojcik.
is that not that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, thank you. Oh, I see what you're saying. So not number 2. Okay. And then, so roof massing would be standard 6.8 and 6.2, number 2 and number 3?
6.20.
Oh, sorry, 6.20. I even have my reading glasses on and I still can't see.
You can, for 6.20 to 6.24 is additions, like if you wanted to just
6.20 to 6.4.
or is additions.
24 is additions.
So I would cite that for sure.
Okay, 6.20 to 6.24 for additions.
And then, like you were right with the roof form, C.
And then, changes to the original roof form per standard 6.8, 6.9, 6.10, and 6.13, number 4.
And you mentioned context, which is 6.1 through 6.4.
6.1 through 6.4 for context.
Massing is 6.8.
Massing is 6.8.
Height and width is 6.9.
And height and width, I said 6.9, but I said for roof forms.
Yeah.
6.9 for roof,
Height and width.
height and width.
Scale is 6.10.
And scale is 6.10.
And you did roof form and materials 6.13.
You did.
Materials?
You did.
It's roof form.
Oh, roof form. Yes, I did.
It's the name of the section is roof form and materials.
So we're just talking about roof form.
It's called roof form and materials. It's like materials of the roof.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the section. Yeah.
roof form and materials. You'd think I hadn't done this for 3 years. Yeah, uh-huh. Which is 6.13.
Yeah.
And I think D is good, to have them.
Restudy design to extend out the rear without going up for fun to see what you see. I mean, it could be a great solution. And then we don't, yeah. Is that it?
And we're not, looking at any details.
Yeah.
Further details at this
So,
point.
yeah, we're not reviewing number 2 or number 3 in the staff notes at this time.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion on the motion? Let's vote.
Can we just have a bit of discussion? One reminder. And this is for your benefit too, Karen, so you know for the future.
Bring it on.
One thing that stuck out to me is Karen mentioned, wanting to come here and get the commission's feeling on the project.
Yeah.
Do you know where I'm going with this? Sharon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Want to take over?
I will certainly, and
Ask us to do that.
I had the thought and it got away from me. Just so that you have the advantage of not starting the clock on your application, make sure you do a workshop. That way you can present your ideas. There's non-binding feedback that is provided. And then when the clock starts, when you submit your application, you come before us, then the clock starts and you are light years ahead because you've gotten the feedback from staff, from the commission. That could help you with your submission,
Yes, thank you.
okay?
Chairperson Hawkins, if I can piggyback on what you've said, since the clock has started, you can still work with staff
Yes.
and run ideas by them.
Yes.
Mhm.
All right. Oh, we do have so let's vote. All right. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue passes 8-0. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All
So
right.
that
Okay.
we have concluded our night. So cases 13 through 16 will be heard at the beginning of the May meeting after consent agenda items.
All right. We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? If not, this meeting is adjourned at 6:46 p.m. Thank you, everyone.